Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head.
Can't do.
them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Never let them tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Never let them tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do.
Tyrant's about half-life. This is going to be the next big objective. Haku maybe goes for the steal. He gets another steal. Oh, the Blazing Brilliance right onto Dow. Kills him again as well. And the set sail from Kyung. He's going to get on out there. He's going to do a U-turn, and he's going to go right into KK. Smashes it in, and he says, I'm the captain now. That Winter Storm, or the Acid Rain, so to speak, is doing a little bit of work on that one. Infinite Fastness. Where's he going to go? It looks like he's going to go in reverse. He's going to back off. The Unbridled Outburst is going to be committed, and they thought about going. Kyung was going to look to go, but they do end up going. Haku is actually going to be killed. He is way too far overextended. Illusion is going to be killed as well. But they know this. Yeah, fixing the lane. NS right now just looking to push Dow, taking a ton of damage. Oh, he gets Gout out. Did not expect the damage from Siri. Illusion is going to be back up, but now they want to go Tinglin. He's trying to fight this 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. Here comes Kyung. Path of Passing, he goes right after them, but Fable in a bad spot. He's going to go back with the Sage of Sanctuary. He's going to be killed a second time. Nongshim now are looking to just end this game. The Unending Sorrow from Haku all the way up in front, and they have that one. The Red's coming up once again. It looks like he's going to be killed. Tinglin, and it looks like Nongshim have the edge. They just need their minions. The Sea of Fate is just going to push him back, but what at what cost? Here's the super minion. They get it in. And Dow continuing to just go in, just so much damage, just goes in and out. He is like this nightmare. He is all over you, and he wants more. Ochik is going to be the next to fall. Holy. He just turns it on, not scared, and they're continuing on. Arashi is just next on that.
Overdive at this point. T3 on the bot will secure the Baron base.
Yeah, they've taken this out. They've taken them all. They want to go in. Dow just going in, sniping him out, getting out without a scar. ASD is going to be down, and they've got the Blazing Brilliance, the Death at Sunset just burning everyone up. Arashi.
They get another kill onto Rilva. Arashi diving in to try and get the revenge kill. Will not do so because he's going to get taken out. It's 3 members, 4 down on the side of Scars. Yeah, backlines, they try to catch out Zen, but on the backlines, on the side of Nongshim Red Boys, they cannot handle Arashi. He jumps in again, gets the setup, and with the pounce on the side of Ochik, because now they don't have enough health to be able to deal with this. Wraparound comes in, and that's going to be Siri. He takes a kill. No one else is falling low, and once again, a double kill.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the 2024 Honor of Kings Championship America Play-Ins. I am Blam, and with me today is Hola. How are we feeling today, Hola?
I'm feeling great. I'm super excited to be here. It's all about the America's Play-Ins. We've got 3 teams. It's going to be a double round robin. Who's going to survive? We're going to have to find out, Blam.
Yes, we have obviously some new teams joining us today from what we've covered in the Open Series. So we have Isurus Gaming, Tribe Gaming, and obviously the winners of the Open Series Americas Regionals, which was Influence Rage, hailing from Brazil. And as we know as of yet, Hola, they have a pretty solid track record of the Open Series and potentially going into the play-ins.
Yeah, Influence Rage just played very strong. I mean, you mentioned already since they were the Open Series champs, and we're going to be seeing them up first. They're going to be going up against Tribe Gaming. That's going to be the first matchup of the day. Of course, all of these are going to be best of 3s. The second matchup is then going to go into Tribe Gaming versus Isurus. That's going to be the second matchup. And the third and final one is going to be Influence Rage going up against Isurus. It's, again, a round robin throughout.
Yeah, that last match of the day is a very interesting one, to be honest, because that matchup has happened in Chuck BR 24, and I'm not going to spoil it for the audience how that went. I know, but you guys can go and find out if you really wish to, but it's probably going to hail some surprises. But here we are on the stage. We can already see Tribe Gaming and obviously the very familiar faces of Influence Rage. Last time we saw Tribe Gaming was at the Last Chance qualifiers, and this is the roster. A little bit of a change. We have MTS, Marley starting in the mid lane, Arakizaro in the farm lane, and Charm, their new support player, down there in the farm lane with Arakizaro.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting to see them, right? I mean, they've been kind of watching the Open series, so they have a little bit of insights. I mean, they've already played, or they do know about Influence Rage and what they tend to pick out. So it might be a slight advantage going in, at least in the draft. But of course, once the games get going, all of that is out the window. We're going to find out who's going to be, of course, the best team.
Absolutely. I mean, their opponents are nothing to sort of just be like, hey, Tribe Gaming, a very established North American organization, and maybe be the Titans to face Influence Rage. But for those that didn't actually catch the Open Series, this is the roster. We have Sony, we have Raikou, we have Cozy, we have Petroni, and Villau in the support role. And these were your champions of the American Regionals of the Open Series Split 2. And my oh my, they went very far with an almost blemish-free run within the Open Series Split 2. They lost one game to STMN, but after that point, it was smooth sailing.
Yeah, and we're hoping for a little bit of a more competitive league. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Pacific one yesterday was quite entertaining with Nongshim, but going into this one, Fearless Esports had just such a huge momentum swing. They had 2-0 the first day, and they were doing very well, and then by the time day 2 happened, it was the other teams really trying to play from behind and really couldn't stick it to it. Fearless Esports, congrats to them as they move on into the Honor of Kings Championship, but I'm hoping it's going to be this kind of like the same way, or it's slightly different and more competitive in that sense, that Influence Rage aren't able to do the same thing.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, right? I mean, they may have scrimmed against these teams. They may have not. Both of these teams have been in Dubai for a little while now. So it'll be very interesting to see if they're able actually to have had some experience on the Gorge against these teams for themselves. Because, again, it's just going to enable them to have a little bit more exposure and see if they have what it takes to topple Influence Rage.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing and the biggest takeaway is that basically you can't get 2-0'd, right? I think that you need to at least look at winning at least one game so that when you do have that second round robin against that team, or whichever team it may be, that you have a chance. I mean, you have a chance to go 2-0 or even 2-1 because, again, it kind of happened with Nongshim where they got 2-0'd by Fearless, but then they actually struck back and won 2-1. But because of the fact that they lost 2-0, they didn't really have much of a chance.
Yeah, first day is always the most important, right? This is where you kind of get your foot through the door and maintain it. You kind of you lose the ability of someone to slam your foot into the hinge. It's like, hey, okay, they've got the clearly foots in. They're able to come into the VIP lounge. Going into day 2 is just maintaining that high, right? And I think that's the best thing for both of these teams is just making sure they have the best footing in today. Because, like you said, when we saw Nongshim yesterday, they did their absolute best to try and just have a great second day. But from when you're playing from behind, that's so much harder.
Yeah, it's definitely harder. And I like the analogy that you made with the whole foot in the door thing and getting that stub, because that actually happened to me earlier today. It was painful. I don't want that going in today. I mean, it sucks that it happened on day 1, and I'll probably feel the effects of day 2. So like what you're saying, and the fact that there is an after effect of it, it does happen as well.
So what we're looking for really is on all the social medias is an update to that foot. Is it going to swell? Is it going to go down? Will it be absolutely fine? That's how it's going to predict how this day goes, really. But yeah, we are getting into the draft of Game 1. Tribe Gaming against Influence Rage. Very familiar bands on the board. We have the Zhongfei, Hugh Huan from Tribe Gaming, and then over to Influence Rage. They're banning out the Chow and the Dolia.
Yeah, but it looks like Tribe Gaming insta-picks the Ogren. They're going to let this one go. And we've kind of seen, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's one of the strongest heroes out there. But it looks like some teams are very comfortable playing against it. And it looks like Influence Rage are like kind of maybe almost baiting them. I mean, the Da Qiao isn't the most highly banned phase 1 pick there. So banning it there is just like inviting them to pick it.
Correct, yeah. I mean, we've saw Influence Rage go against the Ogren multiple times within the Open Series. They generally go for, obviously, the Zhuangzi, but they're looking to lock in the Sun Bin and go for the Lady Chen. Another great way to go against the Ogren is obviously burst damage, but one thing I actually missed out there was the Mai Shiranui obviously is able to surface in that first ban phase. So, again, Mai Shiranui for the most of the Open Series regionals, no matter which one it was always banned. So it's nice to see that coming into the play-ins is a lot different.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's Tribe Gaming. I think they're happy with the Mai, definitely the Ogren, and just kind of rounding it out with that Kaiser to just kind of keep them tanky. Like I think that there were other teams, you know, throughout all the other play-ins where Mai was heavily focused, Ogren was heavily focused in terms of banning. So letting them go, I think Tribe Gaming are like, whoa, we have all of these, like a plethora of heroes, and it's kind of nice at this point.
It's very nice at this point, but this is the one thing where I'm kind of scared right now is the fact that Influence Rage was able to pick up that Lady Chen, and we saw in that open series that this was a pick they picked 7 out of 8 games, right? So this is a huge hero for them, especially for Cozy in the mid lane. I'm pretty sure he even locked in a few MVPs on this hero, so this was probably the thing that we're really gunning for, right? But again, we get the Lung as well, another big pick for Influence Rage. Lung for actually surfacing 5 out of 8 games for Influence Rage in the open series. So hey, they've got some of those highly contested picks, and going into this one, it could be an issue for Tribe Gaming, because from what we witnessed on the open series, Patroni, Cozy, very comfortable players on these heroes.
Yeah, and they play very high, you know, at a very high level, and it's something that it's going to be interesting seeing. But again, Tribe Gaming picked the Mai, and they're going to just try to run at you, right? Wants to get onto the Lady Jeanne. I think the Soon Bean is going to be super important, keeping that time flux so that everybody can kind of keep their distance and just have that speed boost. And it's going to be super important. But looks like Influence Rage are going to pick up that Charlotte. Your thoughts on that one, Blam?
Again, another big pick for what they had in the open series in the American regions. It was between the Charlotte and the Byron that surfaced the most for their Clash laner, Sunny. So again, he loves the aggressive heroes in that lane, able to kind of just play around your team. So if you go for a big engage, you know that Sony isn't always going to be there first. He's going to be there when he needs to arrive. He is the wizard of Influence Rage. But then, like, to just go back onto the point of the Sunbin, this is going to be a great pick for Influence Rage for basically counter-engaging the likes of the Liam Poe, the Kaiser, and the Ogren. That huge silence going into a team fight could really sway how what would initially be a very strong team fight for Tribe Gaming or an engage, Influence Rage just completely tsunamiing over it as well. But it's going to be really interesting to see what to go for this last pick here. Leaving jungle for last is it like not the keenest part that you should be looking for.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the ultimate trump card. You had last pick and you were setting it up. I mean, you knew Tribe Gaming was going to go with the Kaiser, but it looks like they're going to go with the Menki. Keep it tanky and keep it cute.
Give him a tanky monkey. Again, we only saw the monkey come through for Influence Rage towards the end of the open series. So once they banned out the Hugh Huan, I knew that they weren't going to, Raikou wasn't going to get that Hugh Huan pick into the jungle. And then everything else after that point, jungle-wise, it was either Kaiser or Dune. So again, Kaiser already taken up, Dune already banned. So it looks like Tribe Gaming have done their homework, which is really nice to see when teams do their homework against their opponents and try and beat them in that BP phase.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to go in. I mean, I think this one, I kind of like both drafts. They're both very meta. They have, you know, hotly contested, like, I mean, decent lane matchups. Nobody's kind of outclassing one another. I think it really comes down to execution, and it's going to be super exciting going into this first matchup here.
Absolutely, we can already see that the support heroes are already in that mid lane, just try and give a bit of an advantage here. Not quite the normal song and dance that we normally see when we see a Mai Shiranui come through. We normally see that the mage goes down into the bot lane, and then we see the likes of the Lady Sun going up to the mid lane to try and get a little bit more resources. But we know how resource heavy the Mai Shiranui needs to be. Very close there for Iraqi Zaro.
Yeah, he had to actually expend the flash there, keeping himself alive. Charm had gone the long way around. He'd been completely zoned out. Falau was just kind of doing a ton of damage with those time bombs and just basic attacks. And so he kind of like had to scurry around. Iraqi is going to go all the way back to base. He's going to do the walk of shame, and it's going to take him some time to get any of this XP in that lane.
Yeah, definitely should be labeled the walk of shame, right? Oh man, I've just been beaten. I need to get my health up. That tiny little speck of health ain't gonna do anything, and Liam Poe unfortunately doesn't have any healing potential. So that's kind of like the weak point, right, for Liam Poe. It's all about the engage, all about the stun.
Yeah, super important. I mean, especially now. I mean, Petroni, the net worth, you just saw a glimpse of it, but he's already taking the lead. I mean, just pushing it out. You're losing XP, you're losing gold, you're losing so much, and it's just absolutely massive for him. So Villau doing a great job. I mean, I know it's small things, and you're wondering why is he just throwing it out, or why is he spending all those spells? But it's compounding into mistakes from the enemy team, and it looks like they're gonna go here. The bubble's doing some work, and it looks like the Invincible Warrior already committed. They're gonna go the Dream Roam, and they're gonna look to just take this. And Raikou actually gets first blood. He takes him out, and it looks like he's trying to go in for this one, but he walks into the heart of the enemy team. There are 4 members. The Conductor of Souls has already been committed. MTS is actually on the run. He does get to safety with that flash though.
Yeah, that Destructive Dislodge was actually placed really nicely, right? We saw starting was having to use his flash out of there. We know that Mai Shiranori has the flash, the dash, but that Destructive Dislodge was placed right where she dashed. So a really great play there by Cozy, but okay, Petroni is just overextended a little bit there, but he's not going to get caught out by Charm. But that was a really good play by Influence Rage. They kind of baited it, they got the kill with the monkey, and then after that, it was pretty much history written.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane, Meraki Zoro has actually had to recall a second time. Petroni had just zoned him out and did a lot of damage. You were talking about overextending, but it was kind of putting a little bit of pressure onto Iraqi, so he had to come back. And again, it just further compounds it. Petroni actually has a level lead.
Yeah, from what we saw in the Open Series, Petroni had some fantastic just presence on the Gorge, right? Just be able to get that gold lead, get that experience a little bit ahead of his opponents in the lanes, or even just the team as a whole. But again, Petroni showing that it's true and tested, and he's able to do it.
Yeah, definitely has it. And it looks like, okay, Tribe Gaming are a little, I would say almost on the defensive right now. I mean, not only the net worth is kind of showing that, but look at how, Influence Rage are just pushing them out, kiting them away, throwing out these bubbles, just making it super uncomfortable to even just stand around in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see, right, that Mali has no camps to take. Yes, we just saw that the one of the creep camps for the side of the blue team has just come up, but there was literally nothing for him to roam about or even try and get. So I think they're just trying to set up these lanes nicely to try and get the Tyrant coming up in 1 second.
It's going to be super key for this one, right? Raiku's already starting this one out. Starting is going to make his way over. He's going to spot this one out. But again, I like it how Influence Rage have just expended so many resources. 4 members are there to ensure that they got that Tyrant. And now they're looking to do some damage. And Charm tries to flash away the burst ram and the flash in return. And Petroni gets the snipe out.
What a beautiful snipe there by Petroni. It was pretty much written there for Charm, right? He was a little bit too lost in the source of the Tyrant pick. And right now, it looks like that T1 may actually get taken up here by Influence Rage. Having a fantastic 4 minutes so far, just trying to gain all that control of the map.
Yeah, Petroni doing a great job. I mean, he's just zoning him away, and it all helped with Villau. And, I mean, Iraqi Zoro is just, like, needing a little bit of support. He needs some time, needs some space in that bottom lane to get a little bit of farm. But now it kind of comes up to Tribe Gaming making some moves in the other lanes to potentially slow down the other ones to buy yourself some sort of farm.
Yeah, I think this is kind of just showing now, Hauler, that this is why Influence Rage kind of just let them draft whatever they wanted to, because we've already seen right now that Cozy and Petroni are both of these heroes very comfortable, very dominant in their own lanes.
Yeah, actually, that's really scary, going up against a team that can just be like, hey, I'll give you whatever you want, and I know what I'm going to get, and I'm still able to beat you. Like, my skill is just on that level.
Yeah, that's the thing that you don't want, right, is just knowing that they're comfortable. That's kind of like playing a mental game already to your opponents. It's like, hey, mate, you go for the Mai Shiranori. You get the Orgrim, but what's going on here in the bot lane?
Oh, man, in the bottom lane, Infinite Vastness. He's going to get on out, but the bottom T1 was taken out. Iraqi Zoro is going to take that, but he is very low, so he does need to be a little bit careful here.
Yes, everyone on the run. The Infinite Vastness was obviously used there for Petroni, so he could able to get out of there, but we've already seen a little bit of a control here into the mid lane. We have minion waves for the side of Influence Rage, looking to be quickly run down by the side of Tribe Gaming. I think it's just a game of cat and mouse right now.
Yeah, game of cat and mouse. Got the steal with the smite. Raiku's gonna fly away. Highest net worth, 4.8 at this point. Raikou is just making some serious moves, taking over the enemy jungle and just making it very uncomfortable for Tribe Gaming.
Yes, I mean, look at the goal difference, right? 19.4 ahead, but okay, Sony, they may get the first blood on the board here.
Oh, the power gradation. Sony trying to run away. He splash Fonto away. He's being chased by Charm, but now here's Petroni. They're looking to turn this around with Ride the Wind, slowing him down. And Charm, not in a great spot. And you thought that you had Sony where you wanted him, but actually you were the prey.
Yeah, the bait got the beta baited, right? That was a fantastic play there by Influence Rage, but I didn't expect anything less there. As soon as we saw Sony on the retreat and then we saw the flank coming through, it was kind of like, uh-oh, what's going to go on here? But again, 4 kills to 0. Tribe Gaming need to start taking some of these team fights.
Yeah, need to take the team fight, but they need to ensure that they're on the same page. Charm, you don't really have the damage. Yeah, you have the burst ram. Yeah, you have a little bit of control, but you're not really going to kill anybody. And Sony knew that and was completely baiting them out. Charm going in again, yet again. He's going to be focused here. Raikou just focusing it down with that Ocean of Tears. The burst ram one last time, and he goes down. And Charm, I think that's his 3rd death in about 7 minutes. That's not great.
Yeah, it's the whole kind of counter thing with Liam Poe, right? You are heavily focused on trying to get those engages working in your favor, but as soon as you're in a team, the dream roll.
He goes in. He's starting to just go in this. Look at how tanky he is. He's all in front, throwing out those bubbles, starting on the background, just trying to defend the mid T1. Not possible, but Raikou, as if on clockwork, he just takes another Azure Golem here.
Yes, so far, I mean, just classic Influence Rage, right? I can't really say anything different right now. The map domination for the Brazilian team, going those T2s into the farm lane, getting that T1 in the mid lane, as we know, is very important. So a lot more of the farm that already Influence Rage didn't need, because Petroni just had it all in his lane, right? And obviously Cozy as well, quite a while ahead in that gold difference in the mid lane. So now they have even more resources open up to them. So they are spoiled right now.
Yeah, not only in terms of gold, but there's also a pretty sizable level differential. Raikou is 13, MTS is 11. Raikou just standing in front, does not care. He's got the lingering dream. He's potentially going to get this one, and it looks like he wants to continue going. Starting is actually just going to be on the run. Mali, I believe, actually picked it up in the end, but now Petroni with his own red buff. Now they're sieging on this mid T2, forcing them back. MTS just trying to do what he can from the path of passing, but the Invisible Warrior looks like they want to go. They get Cozy. He's going to be down, or he's going to be frozen in, at least for now, but Charm's going to be the first to die. Cozy dies in return, so they've gotten that return kill, but MTS getting solo and the double kill going the way of Petroni, turning it around, shooting it, and the sustain from Loom, so much damage.
Cozy with the pretty much impeccable timing on that untargetable from Lady Gem, right? Baiting almost a kill, but then losing 2 kills to the side of Tribe Gaming. Also giving over the Tyrant, and the T2 already still taking a beating, so not a lot of goodness from Tribe Gaming. And Sony again, maybe getting baited. There it is.
Yeah, he's looking to turn this around, but he's solo. He turns it around, and Petroni gets another kill. Infinite fastness when he's low, and he zips on out of there, and Petroni survives yet again after getting a double kill.
Yeah, this is maybe a let's just restart, right, for Tribe Gaming. Not just as a whole, but maybe let's just try and gather some resources, because as you can see, gold lead, there's a difference there in terms of XP as well. Even just in that jungle role, there is a whole level difference. Raikou really showing that the Brazil's way of jungling is completely aggressive, but just unmatchable, right?
Yeah, unmatchable. And, you know, we talked a little bit about this, you know, in the previous play-ins, but it's basically map control just being so important. Everything is being contested. Raikou is here as well. He does not have smite. I don't think he did end up getting it in the end. Somehow got another steal. MTS was not able to get that one. And, I mean, Mali was not able to get that one, but still, Influence Rage now pushing across, and they're all on the run. Not much they can do at this point.
Yeah, they got to play the offense right. We do see that Arakizaru does go down, so again, that's a lot of damage for the side of Tribe Gaming. They've really got to rely on the Mai Shiranui, but Dream Roll
Raikou all the way in the back line. He gets knocked up, but he's just pushing them away, and they got the T3, and Influence Rage have things wide open. Now they're going to focus their attention on the mid T3 with those minions pushing, but now they need to stand. This is the holdup, the two-man launch up, and they're looking to go. Influence Warriors all the way up in front, but Starting has been killed, and now they're just whittling him away. Invincible Warrior or not, we're going to take you down. Molly is down for the count. Now with the base wide open, it's going to be a matter of town, and they've got Charm and MTS, and they're going to get the base, and a triple kill going the way of Petroni just to pad on that KDA.
Ooh, I mean, we said right. Petroni getting the Lung and Cozy getting the Lady Chen was a very, very troublesome thing. We saw that Tribe Gaming was able to do their homework. They obviously showed it in the bans and picks that they're able to focus out the likes of the Dune, the likes of the Byron, and the Hugh One. But it just shows how great of a team roster Influence Rage has, right? They're not just counting on one person to get that pick. They all have very comfortable picks and big hero pools.
Yeah, huge, absolutely huge. Just in terms of playstyle as well, just controlling the game. There was never a doubt. This is a very clinical game. And if you want to be like, hey, how do I get better? Or how do we get our five stack to actually win? This is it, right? You take over, you get that net worth lead, and then you just control them throughout. They were just on point.
On point, but yeah, it's very hard to see a Lady Sun, right, only have 1 kill, 2 deaths, and 6,000 gold. This is the hero that you're meant to be putting all the resources into, and this is where we kind of see where Tribe Gaming's draft isn't that good, because you've also got to try and put resources into Mai Shiranui, the Orgren, so you can get enough tankiness, right? And it looks like MTS wasn't actually going to go for the tanky Orgren build. He was going for more the attack damage, as you can see there from his only 2 completed full items, as well as his boots, right? But then you look over to the side of Influence Rage, Petroni, 9.9k gold. Pretty much 4 items already fully itemized. That's what you've got to do when you're going against the likes of Influence Rage.
Yeah, and I mean, Petroni was 903. I mean, he had 24% of the hero damage on the team. I mean, just kind of took all the kills, I would say, that were set up by Cozy on the Lady Jeanne. Again, this is why Lady Jeanne is super strong, having the most 29% of the team hero damage, but 88k damage, especially in a game that was that short. That is actually quite a lot.
It is definitely a lot, and you can kind of see it's split evenly there on the side of Influence Rage. There was quite a lot of damage coming from the Charlotte, from the Lung, from the Lady Jen as well, and then Menki was just basically there to dream roll in and be like, hey, you support me, I support you, I will set you up for victory. And that's what we saw for the majority of that last part of the game, was the dream rolls coming in really clutch. Speak of, there we go, first blood aimed by the dream roll, and then again a little bit lost in the sauce was Charm. No one else around him other than Arakizaru, but he's not going to roll in knowing that his tank's already low. He's like, hey, I'm sorry, but that we've got to cut our losses.
Yeah, we have to cut our losses. I mean, Charm got cut out. I think he's going to watch this one and just kind of be like, hey, I did die a lot early, didn't put my team in a good chance, a good opportunity to win this, but they were trying to go for some of the team fights, but at this point, Influence Rage just had so much damage, so many items, and that lead was just so much, bigger that they were just blowing people up. It was very difficult for Tribe Gaming to take any sort of fight, and that's why you always see them on the retreat. If anything, they were trying to hide under the tower, but again, Raikou don't care. Raiku's gonna go after you.
Yeah, and knock knock, who? Raikou at your door, and it's not the kind of playstyle you want to be having, right? When you're Marley on the Kaiser. Kaiser is, yes, he's a tanky hero, but we've seen he can soak the damage, he can deal the damage, but he has to be very proactive with his roams. But looking here, Cozy getting MVP. I said it in the beginning of the day that Cozy scored quite a few MVPs with a Lady Chen, so letting this guy get this hero was a mistake in the BP phase.
Yeah, but really, Petroni was 9-0-3, and I think had like close. I mean, didn't have 88k damage, but it was somewhat closer. And you're gonna give okay, fine. I guess somebody is a Lady Jeanne main themselves, and they were like, that's the way to play it. I like it. I'm gonna pick with Cozy.
Yeah, are they a Lady Gen main or are they a Cozy stand? Let's see how that develops. We'll have to get to the bottom of that one, right? But no, I think it is rightfully given, though, especially with those baits and those untargetable. But speaking of bait, we are going to bait you into a break before we get into Game 2 to see if Tribe Gaming can try and take a round from Influence Rage. Don't go anywhere.
Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively, and at this point it is a 1-by-1 they fall.
Duel to death. He kills Kakarot right away. He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the
Rhino Rush jumps in once again, will not survive the fight. A Vanguard shoots, they fall, and it's Influence Rage. So okay, caught in the middle of 4. 5 is all of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle
Side of Chaos, and down goes a Zhongfei. So there is the backbone. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? It does go over to the side.
The meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Welcome back, everybody, from that short break. We have just witnessed Influence Rage take a 1-0 from Tribe Gaming. But what can they do, Hauler, going into Game 2 to try and take a 1-1 from Influence Rage?
I think the first thing they need to do is just breathe, right? I think they need to calm things down and be like, whoa, that game, let's forget about it. It didn't happen. Let's put it out of our minds. I don't want to think about it right now because we don't have enough time to dissect what exactly went wrong in this one. But I think it's going to be super important for this one to kind of come in. I think the draft was fine. The execution definitely needed some work, but they were pushed back from the first minute. Influence Rage just kind of exuding dominance and just kind of getting onto you, right? They need to, again, breathe, calm down, start from scratch here.
Yeah. Hopefully their coach had a little bit more wisdom there than others breathe, because if Hauler was the coach and it was just like, coach, what can we do to come back from game one? Breathe.
If they didn't breathe, they would die. I'm helping them.
For the whole 5 minutes, it's like, what do we do? How do we counter this? Breathe. But yeah, it is a little bit, it's definitely something they want to do, right? They don't want to get too excited at the likes of, oh, my Shiranoi's not been banned, let's pick it. And oh, let's go for the Augur, and like go for something that you know that you're comfortable with, that's enable you to get that lead. And unfortunately, the Chow goes over to Influence Rage. We've seen them play it before, and it's going over to Cozy. So normally when the Chow comes through, we generally get it into the mid lane. But we could see a little bit of a difference here for Influence Rage. They could go for the Futsu.
Yeah, it could be an interesting one. I think the entire playstyle, the split push, could be just super powerful with the Da Xiao. I think Influence Rage will probably play around with that. And again, it's very elusive. So that means that Tribe Gaming need to respond with things that are just going to, launch them up, kind of slow things down so they don't just see a fade on out of there every time you try to gank them.
Yeah, that is troublesome, though. When I see that Hugh Huan come through for Riku, that I am a little bit scared for the side of Tribe Gaming. This is where I really hope they pick some of their comfort picks, right? Because now that that's come through, that is a huge comfort pick for Influence Rage. It's only come through, I believe it was twice, but it was in their grand finals play. So this is something that they go for when they want to go for the finisher.
Yeah. And it's going to be an interesting one. I think that, you have a lot of the sustain from Yuhan and the Zhang Fei tankability and control. So it's just kind of adding it to it. The Da Xiao is going to be annoying. It looks like it's going to be mid at this point because you have the Zhang Fei as the roamer. So I guess, who do you want to pair with the Da Xiao at this point?
I mean, anything works here, right? I mean, the Elaine could come through. We saw it yesterday where the Elaine was on the same size as the Chow and just being able to get in there, just do all those damage, use the Death on Sunset, but then be able to just escape and then get back straight into it. That could be something up into the Clash lane, right? But in terms of that farm lane, obviously Lady Sun's gone down. Lung has not been banned yet, so unless Tribe Gaming take this from Influence Rage, I think we could probably see Petroni go for the Lung again, because why not? Hey, if it worked in game one and you was like, what, 9-0? Go for it again.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting it into an awkward position because the fact that, they're going to pick the Arlie here, but they're basically just inviting Influence Rage to be like, hey, you got a 9-0-3. Can you do even better in this game? Maybe they're potentially giving up the Lung again.
Yep, so Arlie getting locked in there. So again, this pick wasn't actually banned last game, which was really interesting, right? From what we saw from Open Series, Arlie, Mai Shiranui, Augurin, Dolia were always those first four bans. But Arlie actually slipping through the net here really shows that Influence Rage is like, hey, just choose your heroes, be uncomfortable ones. Like, it looks like they're getting a little bit more back to basics right here on the side of Tribe Gaming. The Arlie, Princess Frost, Byron, Dune being able to soak up a lot of damage, Byron being able to play from a very good vantage point from the Clash lane. But then they're locking the Mayin, and the DRNG for Influence Rage. A little bit more CC coming through and a little bit more independence into the Clash lane.
Yeah, so DRNG here, it's interesting that they wouldn't go with the Loom, right? I think we kind of addressed that a little bit here, but DRNG is a decent pick. I don't think I think it's more of like a matchup maybe against Arlie more than anything else to kind of deal with some of the potential CC from Byron Dune, that type, I would think. But I mean, it looks like Tribe Gaming are going to go with Lian Po. This is a nice little combination with the Tremor Smash, potentially spoiling the Sea of Fate. But again, the timing needs to be perfect.
The timing does need to be perfect, right? Because you can kind of see where the function of Lian Po is going to come into this, but the only thing I'm worried about is that Charm just gets a little bit too lost in the early team fights, right? Because if that's the case, then the Lian Po's function to try and knock people out of the Eye of the Whirlpool for the recall, for the Chow, is then already been mitigated, right? So that's where Charm's really got to kind of focus and make sure he's picking the engages right. But he does have the Dune there. They do have the Byron. They have a good engage on the side of Tribe Gaming. It's just how they utilize it.
Yeah, and let's focus on or prioritize. If I was going to be Tribe Gaming, this would be my actual coaching advice, which is, of course, Charm. I think you need to do a better job of babysitting Iraqi. Zoro, make sure that he has the best lane, or at least early, because the last game he was kind of left on an island. He really struggled. He was not able to catch back up because of that.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of correcting the mistakes here, right? Because we're seeing that Iraqi Zoro's gone into the mid lane this time around rather than start down in the bot lane against the DRNG. They've switched out for the Princess Frost because then this now allows the Arlie to pick up a few more of these camps. Whether they're actually going to focus on getting those camps or looking for more times in the rotations, we'll get to see. But that's what they need to do, right? They just need to make sure their farm lane gets way more resources because that was a lackluster Lady Sun, right? 6K at the end of a game. They should have been way higher than that. A lot more itemization coming through.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like right now Charm is just kind of sticking around in the mid lane. He was walking around with Molly, and they had that buddy system. And it looks like, I don't know if he's in. He got into a fight with Iraqi Zoro because it seems like they're kind of separated, not really playing together.
That's it, yeah. So, hey, I don't want to be by you. I'm not going to support you. I'm going to support everybody else but you. But hopefully that is not the case, right? Charm is a big component in this draft.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in the bottom lane, he's going to be there. And this is what you want. Seeing as that there's Vilao hadn't joined there, he doesn't really need to be too much. Now he's providing vision. Now he's getting gone on. And so now this is the 2-on-2 that, again, Charm and Iraqi Zoro need to have a better early game.
Yeah, we'll have to just wait and see, right? It's just a time game to see if they are able to come back from that game one. That was a bit of a nice little tit for tat there from Charm, but we just got to make sure that he's able to find a way out of there, right? That's the main thing with Charm, is he can get in, but the get out is the hardest part for him.
Yeah, and I mean, he's doing some burst ram Magma Slams onto him, but again, Vilao is just pretty tanky. He's going to shake that one off. Iraqi Zoro needs to be aware that, hey, Charm, if you go in, I can go in and I can get some free damage. I haven't been able to just compound that because you're not communicating with me or whatever it is. I don't know when you're going in.
Yeah, I mean, right now we can kind of see a very slow lead for the side of Iraqi Zoro, now just being neutralized by Petroni, so only a matter of time before that came through, stealing a little bit more gold from the side of Tribe Gaming, which is hopefully not something that's going to be a already established storyline, right? They just need to make sure they are getting their own resources and Petroni's not actually having a hand in the jar.
Yeah, it's not first ram Mega Slam right onto Vilao, who's going to be pushed away, but it looks like Influence Rage want to take this. They're not going to give it away for free. The Unruly Bay 4, the Wind Slash a little off the mark, and I'm not entirely sure. I think Raikou did get it in the end, but First Blood is going to the way of Raikou as well. Molly is down, Vilao as well, and it looks like they're going to disengage. It's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1 trade, so better for Tribe Gaming already. They have a kill on the board. It hasn't taken them almost 6 to 7 minutes to get a kill on the board this time around. I felt like it was a little bit of a hesitant play there by Iraqi Zoro. He was just waiting for the right moment to take out the Zhang Fei because already was quite low. They were already pretty much in the thick of it before the Arlie came through. But now that we see the Doomsday come over to the Arlie, I can see that damage is going to just kind of it grew over time, right? And that's all we got to see from this Arlie pick, is just make sure the damage comes through.
Yeah. Speaking of damage, Iraqi Zoro taking a little bit from Petroni, who just ran up to him, is just scaring them away from that Firehawk in the bottom lane. But it looks like Influence Rage right now changing things up. They're being a little bit more aggressive. They're trying to steal whatever sort of farm they can. And I think that that's a pretty good start, considering they do, you know, they're only about 1K behind Influence Rage at this point.
Yeah, not too far behind. The lanes have been set up here. There's no actual priority in either of these lanes for this Tyrant to be taken for either of these teams, so I can imagine this is going to be quite a little bit more of a brawly engage for the Tyrant. Not as immediate as it spawns, as you can see right now on the minimap. We can see that the Chao and the Hu1 are now rotating around there, that they have that lane priority in that mid lane. Hu1 already started that Tyrant and trying to just keep Marley off of the neutral objective.
Yeah, Raikou will pick this one up and they'll just continue on. Didn't even actually commit the smite because it looks like they might go for the steal on this blue here. And it looks like Molly has to Unruly Blade on out of that one and Influence Rage, pushing them out, even stealing the blue.
Hey, we all know how important the Azure Golem is, right? Especially when you are a mana-taxing hero for any of the side of Tribe Gaming, but more specifically Marley, right? but hey, it's going to be super helpful if it goes over to Influence Rage, because that now means that DRNG is not going to worry about his cooldown reduction, his mana regen for quite some time, and he also has the extra damage from the Tyrant and obviously the lightning effect on his skills.
Yeah, it has a bunch of damage. Plus, I mean, they can be aggressive because of the fact that, you know, oh, they're going to go in. Burst Ram, Mega Slam, just going out, just zoning them away. But again, the Sea of Fate just gets them out of there.
Yeah, they got T1. They're looking to just reset, go around. A 1v1 goes over to the side of Influence Rage into the Clash lane. So again, Sony getting that one up on MTS.
Yeah, that's a nice solo kill. That's going to turn into some sort of pressure on that top T1. We're going to have to see how much damage it has, or how much health, excuse me. But again, this is just super annoying. Cozy, again, just sticking with the top, but here's the replay.
But I mean, it kind of makes sense here, right? If you now look at Mayin's gold difference compared to MTS, that makes it really easily, it's like seeing why they were able to get that 1v1 in their favor. They're almost a K ahead.
Yeah, 1K ahead. I mean, him himself, right? Sony against MTS is what? 1.1K by themselves in that top lane, right? So Sony is just doing an awesome job pushing it out in that top lane.
Yeah, the only way they've got dominance in terms of the gold lead is in that mid lane, but hey.
Oh, the Azure Golem, they've already got this one, and they want to cut more. Starting is down, and looks like Charm is on the run. Iraqi Zoro is going to be killed as well, and Sony just cleaning house at this point. They've gotten Mali. They're going to go in. Bilal, very aggressive, under the tower, but doesn't care. It sets up the triple kill for Sony.
Yeah, he was going in for the triple kill, but also the recall there from the Chow, but he was also like, hey, you know what? I'm not too badly scratched, you know. I'll just go back on my own. And that was a big engage there from Influence Rage. Obviously, like you said there, Sony picking up the triple kill. T1 looking like it's in trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be in trouble here. Charm, all they can do is really watch at this point and starting. Both of them just trying to just stem the bleeding a little bit, slow it down. This net worth lead is about 5K already. Oof.
Yeah, that's a slippery slope, right? I mean, and you can see it there. Hey, perfectly timed graph. Slippery slopes, it now appears, but here we are. Q1 stuck into their jungle.
Yeah, and Raikou all the way up in front, playing that atrociously bad music. It's scaring them away. It's hurting my ears. They might be bleeding, and they're going to take the Crimson Golem. They're taking
just
everything.
Because you're not a fan doesn't mean no one else can be a fan, Hauler.
No. Everyone, we all have the same music taste as with me, okay? That music is terrible.
We shall see.
Yeah, but I mean, look at this. It's a 5K net worth lead. Sony just waiting in the wings, the Unruly Blade. It's just to go in, but Starting is taking so much damage. Sony says surprise and ends up killing Starting, blows him up, and might even get the steal. No, Mali does get that one. So that's a huge win. The Unruly Blade back to safety, and it looks like they're going to retreat. They traded Starting for that.
Yeah, a bit of a lifeline there for the side of Tribe Gaming. They needed a bit of a neutral objective on their side. And I think as you're playing from behind right now, the Overlord's probably going to be a little bit more of a great utility, right? You're going to have the Vanguards come through. It's going to be a little bit harder to push, but it's not stopping Influence Rage here.
Yeah, not stopping them. I mean, they're not scared. I mean, the Vanguards will eventually, they're spawning now, but like Vilao all the way up in front, but they've already got the bottom T3, and, you know, they're take the top T2 as well. I mean, they're just affronting from all angles.
Yes, so far it looks like they are ahead. Almost 7K gold now for the side of Influence Rage, and they're up by one neutral objective, which is even Stevens. But then we look over to the turret games, right? 6 turrets to nil point from the side of Tribe Gaming. So we can already see that there is little macro, but also little control that they have on the Gorge right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's 7K. Oh, they're going to be going on the flashback, and he's not. Oh, he does die in the end. Cozy's going to pick him up, just barely getting him. But again, this is a 7K net worth lead, right? That's like the equivalent of Petroni, who's about 7K, just waiting in the fountain, not doing anything. They could fight this 4 versus 5, and then you have an even fight.
It's an investment, right? It's an investment for Petroni so far, and stocks is looking high as we see them go on to this T3 into the Clash lane. A bit of a fight main shoe.
Oh, Sony going in. He's not scared. He throws out some whatevers, but that T3's taking a lot of damage, and it looks like he's in a bad spot. Mali going in. Where was the rest of the team? All of them had run off, and it looks like Influence Rage are going to just deal with this mid lane now.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a miscommunication, right? Marley was like, I'm in, lads. Do something. And it's like, hey, we're back getting resources, bro. We need help.
guys, friends, where are you guys at? Sea of Fate on out of there. I mean, that's going to slow things down if anything. Oh, the nice little launch up with the Whirlpool. They called him back, but Raikou had actually been picked off already. And it looks like now Influence Rage will limp back with one member down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, we're into the 10-minute mark. Limping is not what you want to do. You want to be trying to get some sort of lead for yourself. But when you are one high ground turret just remaining, what can you do? We see a little bit of a aggressive play there by Irakizaro, just trying to kind of say, hey, look, I'm not out yet. I'm still going to do damage, boss. Keep me in, coach.
Yeah, they want to stay in. They want to try to find things. But again, like, Influence Rage is not giving them anything. There's no space. They have to react to whatever, you know, Influence Rage are doing. And look at, they've just been completely shuttled back, you know, just scurry them back into their own base because there's really not much else they can do.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a scary formation, right? They were all clumped together, and they have, like, the AoE from the Hugh 1 there would have been absolutely just god awful for them, right? They would have had the Zhongfei just be able to use the Unbridled Outburst. There would have been a lot of CC coming through. There would have been a lot of control on the side of Influence Rage if they decided to take it, but the neutral objective was looking a little bit more shiny for the side of Influence Rage, which I don't blame them. A little bit more gold, a little bit more damage going into this 12-minute mark.
I mean, just add it on, right? Just take all the big objectives, push things along. All the creeps, you know, all the lanes have been fixed, so to speak, for Influence Rage, just being pushed along. Tribe Gaming really not being able to do much here. Oh, he's going to get gone on, and he gets sniped out. Charm all the way up in front, not tanking enough. He's going to be killed. Sony going in for this one, goes right into MTS, who has to use the Wind Slash defensively to just stun him out, but they've gotten starting as well. They're just forcing it down, and they've gotten a triple kill on Petroni. Just lat him up, and then we're going, and it looks like they want to get more MTS. Not much you can do. They take the base, and they're going to take the series. Influence Rage up 2-0.
Yeah, no, they weren't even bothered, right, that they didn't get the aces to say, hey, you know what, we got the 2-0, that's fine. But what a clinical 2-0 that was from the side of Influence Rage. There was just no means of control for the side of Triumph Gaming, unfortunately. I think this is where the coach needs to kind of be like, hey, guys, you kind of need a little bit more composure. You need to kind of take control, right? You can't let your enemy team take control of you. And this is what we saw. Classic Influence Rage is they make sure they get the control first, which is always going to be the beneficial thing when you're going into a best of 3, right? Just be able to be controllable, controlling, right? And that's the only time you should be controlling, chat, is when you're playing Honor of Kings.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, I think that there's going to be a lot of learnings in that one in terms of like the lessons that they could have done. But that was pretty much a clinical game by Influence Rage. It's so like almost all points, very difficult. All lanes were being won by them. You know, they were just being pushed back. They really didn't have a chance. It was very defensive game by Tribe Gaming.
It was very, very defense heavy, right? Like they were always clubbed together. It was always a case that there were always a team fights away, and unfortunately it was just because they would just always come together. And when you have the Hugh Huan, when you have the Zhongfei, it's hard to then fight against that when you're clumped together. And currently seeing the KDA here, you see that was the case, right? Just clumping together was not going to be the means of a victory or trying to overcome Influence Rage in a team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. When it's tough to overcome Sony, who's 6-0-1, just absolutely dominating that top lane, that clash lane. Petroni with 505 got enough farm to just start doing a lot of damage and bursting people in the end. Cozy was on point with his Sea of Fates as well. Just understanding. I mean, there was never really a doubt in Influence in Rage winning this game because they had so many options and they didn't even have to use all of their options.
No, I mean, they didn't even go for the Lung, right? They just went for the DRNG. It worked out very well for them, especially when they were going head-to-head against the Arlie in that early game. Normally, it's kind of like that's a bit shaky. Arlie having some great range, some great damage in the early game. And as you can see here, a little bit more damage dealt on the side of Tribe Gaming. We saw that Irakizaro was able to get that 45k damage dealt. But then it was kind of just from there, we saw some miscommunications that were pretty obvious for those watching that Marley was going in, but then especially towards that high ground turret into the clash lane, but then no one was there to support him. So this seems to be a little bit of nobody's calling the shots, but it's kind of just like, it seems very impulsive, like, hey, I'll call the shots here, you call the shots there. Whereas really, you need to make that one person the shot caller, and you want to unify and trust them, right?
Yeah, it's either,
one, like nobody's making the shot calls or everyone is making the shot calls. There's like too many chefs in the kitchen. Like everyone is kind of doing their own thing, not really on the same page. And we're seeing some of the fights. Look, it's starting already on the run. He's being chased after by Sony. Iraqi Zoro then is going to get caught out. Charm is like, okay, we're out of here. He's like, oh, do I go in? Do I go out? What am I doing? Right. So Charm, then he tries to dash over the wall, but he's continuing to be chased. But by that time, the team has just been blown up. Yeah, Charm had survived, but you know, it's one of those things where like, hey, if we're going in, we're going all in, right? We need to do this.
Yep, too many cooks spoil the broth, and it was hard to see where this Princess Frost fits into this team comp if you weren't planning to take control in the early game, because the only time that the Princess Frost can be used on the defensive is when the winter is coming. It can just be laid down to kind of try and make sure that engages is aggressive, but it's nothing that really stopped the side of Influence Rage, because you have the cleanse from the DRNG. If he's slowed, hey, unfortunately, not anymore. And then you also have the movement speed increase from the Chow, and it is going to be Cozy taking another MVP for himself. Damage taken, 20k, doing a lot of damage as well, so 87.7k damage, not dropping a single death, but giving so much utility to his team.
Yeah, it's all about the utility on the Dachau, and he was just providing a lot of it. Again, he had so many different things that he could have done, and he's like a maestro on this, but he didn't even need to use all of the Sea of Fates and the Whirlpools and all those things. Like, he was just constantly on point with the Koitides and Severs, just providing so much damage, and it was always up in front, and the team was so far ahead that they really never had to really run away.
Yeah, I think Cozy knew that, right? Because they had the control, they didn't have to think about, right, either Whirlpool needs to come through here, we need more people back into this team fight. It was always very controlling by the side of Influence Rage. But we are just going to take a short break here, guys. It will be the next best of 3 coming through soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment.
Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head.
Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively, and at this point it is a 1-by-1 they fall.
Duel of death. He kills Kakarot right away. He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the
Nine Rush jumps in once again, will not survive the fight. A Vanguard shoots, they fall, and it's Influence Rage. Okay, caught in the middle of 4. 5 is all of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle.
Side of Chaos, and down goes a Jong Face. So there is the backbone. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? It does go over to the side. Hello everybody and welcome back to the 2024 Honor of Kings Championship play-ins. Today you have myself, Blam, and with me is Hauler. We are going to be getting onto the second match of the day, which is going to be Tribe Gaming trying to get a redemption against Isurus.
Yeah, Isurus is going to be here in the Latin partner team, and they're going to be a very interesting one. We've seen them play again. They've done decently. But getting into this play-in and just, of course, being the top 3 going in, and where only one team moves on, it's going to be super important for them to kind of dictate the pace. But again, Tribe Gaming after that somewhat a bit of a difficult first series. How do they bounce back, Blam?
I think they just got to keep a level head, right? They got to breathe. Well, Coach Hauler says, hey, just breathe. We'll get through this one. But yeah, just keep breathing. You don't want to go blue. But hey, they're breathing. They're not blue on their photos. So MTS once again in the clash. Somali in the jungle, starting in the mid. Iraqi Zoro in the farm lane. And Charm once more as the support. So as you guys maybe haven't watched the previous series, but Tribe Gaming had a little bit of a struggling start in that first best of 3. So now is the time that they kind of come a little bit more level-headed, maybe listen to the coach, whatever they've had of words of wisdom within that break, to see what they can do to try and take some wins from Isurus Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I was coach at Tribe Gaming, the first thing I would say is just like, hey, just forget about that first series, but let's concentrate on their next part, the next opponent, which is going to be Isurus here. It's going to be Muster, Israel, Mangichi, Wind RJ, and Capex right here. I think that this is a nice little lineup. Plus, Mangichi, who has a better mustache than him?
I think that is probably the best mustache in Honor of Kings, right? Like, there's nobody topping that. This guy, all he's got to do, twirl the mustache, he's good to go. He doesn't have to listen to coach. He's like, hey, coach, mustache is the coach. Maybe that is the secret fronting here for Isurus Gaming. But the thing I'm really looking forward to here to most is how Muster is now fit into this team, because Muster was a transfer from the team Alpha 7 as they went into the Season 2 Invitational. So it looked a little bit shaky with the new addition going in straight before a big global competition, but now they would have had some time to scrim. They wasn't in the previous Brazil tournament to try and qualify for the KC 2024. They are now here, so this is really interesting. This is the part where where all my focus is going on, is see how they've improved as a 5-man unit. But going into the BP, we see very familiar bands and picks from game 1.
Yeah, and Ogren is going to be the first pick for Isurus Gaming. Tribe Gaming will respond with the Byron and the Lady Jeanne. If you see the Ogren on that piece, is the Byron and Lady Jeanne good enough to counter with?
I mean, so far, no, but it looks like they're going to go for the Masashi, so there is something that is a direct counter, right? Masashi, sure. A man for my own heart. He has 2 swords, and they're both for Blam. So, yeah, the Masashi, again, huge counter for the Ogren. But Byron, we saw last game, I believe it was on MTS, he was able to get a 1 or 2 kills from the side of Influence Rage. So, hey, maybe some more could come through here for Tribe Gaming. But the Lady Jeanne is huge for starting. Didn't have the best performance on either the Princess Frost or the Mai Shiranui, but again,
My Shiranui, you kind of have to dictate the pace of the match for yourself, whereas the Princess Frost is a little bit more defensive, whereas the Lady Jen, we know, can do a lot more damage than Princess Frost.
Yeah, Lady Jean just very, I would say, versatile in what she can do, and just the amount of damage control. Everything, it has everything but the kitchen sink, right? That's definitely a great hero to start off with. But I mean, you're going up against the Ogren. It looks like Isurus are going to look to try to augment that as much as possible with this Ming. But again, I'm not the biggest fan of Ming overall, because like Ogren's going to do his thing. I'm just wondering if you needed maybe like a Zhang Fei, or sorry, that was actually banned, but not in the first phase. It was potentially there, but you know, I think you had a little bit better options, but Isurus might be cooking up something here.
Yeah, no, I could see that Liam Poe pick coming from a mile away, because, I mean, they've done it for 2 times in a row right now, and they're going to go for it again because they're against the Orgrim. But what is really interesting is the Ming and Erin pick. We haven't seen Erin come up for, like, what seems like years. It's been out for months, but it seems like years before this hero has even been picked. What are Osiris Gaming cooking here, Hauler? With the Ming, Erin, this could be something beautiful.
It could be something beautiful. I mean, there are very 2 good-looking heroes, let's be honest. But going into this one, I think that is a nice little combination. Plus, you have a third very good-looking. I mean, they're all good-looking on this team, let's be honest. Heinuo kind of rounding out that draft. But again, my only concern is that, you know, this Musashi, if they get on you, how are you going to deal with this? Because everyone from Osiris kind of on the squishier side.
Yeah, it looks like the Hino pick's going to be in the jungle, right? Because now the Orgrim was the flex pick at the beginning, which is why I always love when teams go for the Orgrim first. It could be flexed into the jungle. It could then be in the Clash. And then once you've got it against the Clash, the wave clear potential of the Orgrim up into a lane is very strong. They just don't want to make the mistake that Tribe Gaming did in the first game of the day, where they kind of went for more attack damage rather than being tanky. So we could be seeing the Hino into the jungle there, which could be huge. We know it's a staple pick, especially within the Chuck BR scene as well. BKS Danny loves to play this hero, and it's currently being played by Osiris. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they cook this Hino into the mix.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the biggest one, right? Just kind of, is he able to keep on pace with the Musashi? Is he able to just kind of be that nuisance? Because once Musashi gets that farm, it's going to be super scary for them to kind of take any sort of farm. Because, yeah, you can Fate Rewind, but then Musashi's like, all right, great, more damage. I'm just going to continue on. I'm going to get extreme speed on top of you and duel you to the death.
Yeah, I mean, it could be one way of countering the Hino, right? But it's going to mean that Tribe Gaming, from what we've seen historically within this play-ins right now, they haven't been able to control that early game. But if they're able to gain control in this match, I think we could see a really good thing for Tribe Gaming in this game 1.
Okay, all right. It looks like the teams are set to go. This is, of course, going to be the second match of the day, game number 1. Can Tribe Gaming bounce back and hopefully stick it to Osiris here?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something right. This is day 1. They need to kind of get some wins on the board just so they can kind of try and reform in day 2, right? So try and gain some more momentum going into day 2, because day 1 super important. But right now we're seeing that Tribe starting is looking to try and take some of those side lanes from the side creeps from the side of Osiris, but so far no brawl yet. We're seeing the Hino go into the mid lane here as well, just trying to farm up. Obviously, again, it's going to be more useful for the Hino to get some more farm than it is the Princess Frost.
Yeah, Menkichi just kind of will happily defer a little bit. Just get those, because as real, once he gets those the items and start doing a lot of magic damage, those scepters really start to hurt and kind of just zone people away, and it becomes super annoying to deal with. So that's going to be an interesting one. But again, you know, he's going to have to keep on pace with Mali, who seems to be doing quite okay in terms of his own farm. But again, in this mid lane, it looks like Mali thought about going, but they're going to back off here.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too early to fight. Even though level 4 is here, obviously Duel to the Death is available for the Musashi, and obviously Fate Rewind is available for Hino. So again, a little bit too early for a engage. I think fighting before the Tyrant really kind of makes it a little bit overconfident, right? You've got to be super duper sure that you're going to be able to take these fights before the Tyrant, because if you do, and if you try and take these fights and you lose, that's a lot of gold that you're going to be missing up.
Yeah, it's going to be actually quite a bit. I mean, it's still 2 minutes in. We actually saw Mengichi kind of make that rotation into the top lane. Charm, ooh, taking a decent amount of damage. Tried to get cute with that Magma Slam, but he took most of that damage.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be getting hit too much by the Aryan because she can hurt. Again, with this hero, you can go for attack damage, you could go AP as well, but it looks like so far the first item on the board is going to be an attack damage item for the Aryan there. Hino trying to do a dual camp farm here. He wants to clock out faster, Hauler. He's like, hey, I've done my clearing in my jungle. I'm clocking out. I'm coming to the lanes.
Okay, all right. I thought he was like clocking out of the game. I was like, no, dude, you gotta keep. You're farming. You gotta keep going. No, but okay, I got it. Makes a little bit of sense in terms of that getting that roam going. Definitely. Oh, the Bridge of Prison actually connecting on a Charming.
Oh.
Blown up. Mangichi says, let it go, let it go, let it go.
That was some CC, right? It felt like he was there for quite some time. Even too long for Arakizaro to be like, hey, should I come and help you? You're pretty much stuck in the place for quite some time. Is this a done deal?
Yeah, I mean, Charm just completely, stepping on the wrong spot. Did not expect Mangichi to just kind of hiding in those wings. So you got to be super careful, I mean, Charm, we talked about his positioning before. He's made some mistakes, and he made another one there.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be too overextended, especially with the CC from the Princess Frost, and how well Mangichi rotates as well, right?
Yeah, it's going to be super important, right? I mean, it's going to dictate a lot of things, but Ezreal invading the enemy jungle. He's in a bit of a duel with Mali, and he's kind of pushing him away. Ezreal just running away. Maybe he needs to Fate Rewind. Is he going to get out in time? He does. He goes 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disruptive mechanic there, right, from Ezreal there. He's able to just go in there, cause a little bit of a stir, stop the farm up. Yes, you can kind of see that Masashi is XP ahead, but it kind of did its job.
Oh, Israel actually got the steal. He got the smite. He's got the fast fingers, but he's in the heart of the enemy team. Whoa. Now they're going to go the Conductor of Soul, just blown up Mali, and they've got Charm is starting, and a double kill going, or triple kill going the way of Mustard.
Woo. Muster on this Ogryn. This is nice. So far, so good. But again, a little bit more of an engage here. MTS had to be forced back into T1 safety, but great rotation there from the Clash lane of Isurus Gaming.
Making his presence felt throughout. Mooster just going all the way from the top lane into the enemy jungle. That's the lower side, so he was definitely making moves. And I mean, he's just so fast with the path of passing. And Mooster, like, again, he's level 7 compared to MTS, which is again tied. But net worth wise, he's definitely got that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this was the thing that really highlighted Muster as a good player for me in the Season 1 Invitational, right? He had some fantastic macro knowledge. Like, he wasn't too happy he was sticking in his lane, right? He did his job in his lane, and then he was able to just be basically very confident to navigate the map on heroes like the Byron, like Mulan as well. But now he has the Ogryn, like with the path of passing, he's just able to just create routes that weren't there before.
Yeah. I mean, he plays the Ogryn to the team. He's doing quite well. He's 3-0-0, making an impact across. I mean, getting that triple really helps him out. Now MTS is in a bit of a tough spot. He's like, I actually don't want to lane against him. And MTS actually goes to the bottom lane.
Yeah. So can someone else just take my 1v1 matchup for me? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to have any piece of that one. And I think Isurus Gaming got the other blue again. So, Mali right now is struggling, not able to find the buffs, not able to find any farm. And now the mid T1 is getting pushed in, a little bit less space to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit crucial for the side of the Masashi, right? The extra cooldown reduction from those Azure Golems is pretty fatal for losing it, right? Because, yes, we can get the cooldown reduction boot, but losing that Azure Golem is going to mean that you've got to wait that extra little second, and in Honor of Kings, a second seems like a lifetime.
Yeah, especially in the early phase. Oh, they're going to look to go for this one, and they have Israel. They knock him up with a nice Tremor Smash. That's going to connect, but do they have the follow-up? No, Mali's going to be the first to fall, and they did get Mangichi and Capax in return, and it looks like they did pretty decently on that one.
Wow, there we go. A 3-1 trade for Tribe Gaming. They are not out yet. The Tribe is still smashing that drum. But that was a really good play there for the side of Tribe Gaming. They was able to capitalize. And it seemed like Charm was in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, he actually played it really, really well. Like, he went went to the limits, got nice little stuns to set up the rest of the team, and he survived. That's the biggest thing. Could he have gone back in one more time? Yeah, he was on the low side, but nonetheless, he already set it up, so he did his job.
Yeah, the thing we got to watch out here for, though, I think, is the Direnji, right? He's falling heavily behind with that gold lead compared to WindRG on the side of Isurus Gaming.
Oh, the burst ram actually just barely missed out Muster. Muster uses the healing do, and it looks like they're going to look to turn this around. Tribal Gaming decide to just book it and run.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the teleport come from Israel, you're just like, yeah, no, I'm getting out of here. Those scepters are going to hurt, boy. And again, looking to try and steal the Azure Golem. Is he going to get it from the Murasashi? No.
Oh, but the Fate Rewind gets him on out of there. And Israel on the Hano, just so annoying. Oh, but they're looking to go. Nice Storm Strike and nice Tremor Smash as well. But Mali again falls, but they get Mengichi. And that's going to be a nice little return. But oh my gosh, Winda RJ doing some pick-off damage. Gets a little bit low. Oh, so that was so close.
It feels like there's a little bit of a discrimination here against a Princess Frost pick, right? I mean, Marley is constantly going in for that pick, and hey, if you can stop Winter coming, you definitely want to be taking out that Princess Frost, because again, great zoning potential from that ultimate, but can also do a lot of damage. Yes, Mengichi only has about one full itemization, which is the Venomous Staff to kind of counter any kind of healing on the side of Tribe Gaming, but so far, it's looking a little bit more closer here in this game one. All Tribe Gaming need to do is try and take some of these turrets.
Yeah, they need to take some turrets, but also, I mean, I understand Mali has this blood frenzy over the Mengichi, you know, the Princess Frost, and killing her as quickly as possible because of all that damage. But Mali, you need to survive. You need to just basically carry this game in that mid-game, give your team like a real good chance to kind of fight, because they need your melee prowess.
Not only that, they need the smite, right? They're not going to get neutral objectives without smite unless they are really clean with how they are able to last hit against a smite. That would have to be a big fumble from the side of Isurus Gaming, which is a big gamble.
Yeah, for sure. And it could be awkward because Israel has been on point in terms of jungling. Look at those scepters, just sending everyone away. He's just like, he's so greedy with these Azure Golems, taking them all out. The burst ram on the backside, and Muster got the kill on the starting. The Fate Rewind, and he zips on out of there, and you can just call that one bait.
Yeah, you get a scepter, you get a scepter, you get a scepter. It seems the side of Isurus Gaming are doing. It's like, hey, you all can get some damage, boys.
Does a ton of damage here, and Isurus just chipping away at this T2. Doesn't have the minions, so he can't continue on. But the real fight, or looks like the main push, was expected to go top. But again, no minions there. Gonna slowly siege here. Muster going in with the Path of Passing from that awkward angle, and it looks like they do take that one.
Yep, T2's down. This is going to be a bit of a hard comeback here for Tribe. They've had some really good team fights, but when you don't have any macro, when you have any of those turrets down, it's hard for the side of Isurus to not be able to just completely keep going forward, right? There's no need to go back because they still have their T1s in all the lanes.
Yeah, Tribe Gaming here trying to win this game by somehow not killing any towers. Not the greatest strategy, but no, honestly, they just haven't had the real opportunities to kind of push through. Ezreal's been pushing them away. He Leap of Fates back to safety, and again, just constantly throws out those scepters.
Yeah, one whole level ahead of the Masashi as well, which is pretty huge. It's been a bit of a disparity here, so I think Marley just needs to be a little bit faster and a bit more conscientious with the acquisition of these resources, right? He just needs to keep maintaining the pace of the enemy jungle, but I suppose that comes as a privilege when they don't have to think about these lanes.
I mean, it comes back to the early game, right? I mean, he sacrificed himself a couple of times. I don't remember how many deaths. I think it's at least 3 times at this point.
Yeah.
But dying that many times really puts you further behind. Ezreal right now has a 2-level differential. He's also got way more gold. He has, you know, he's just way more of an impact in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see with the overall gold as well, right? 36k to 29, that's almost a whole 7k gold difference and no turrets. I hate to keep pointing it out, but this is the thing you need to batter home, right? If you want to win Honor of Kings games, you need to get some turrets. You need to get some lane priority.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you got to split push, right? All 5 of them right now are just reacting to what they're kind of going. Oh my gosh, he's trying to go, but Charm, he's just going to Tremor Smash his way to death. That's not what they wanted, and it looks like Iraqi Zoro followed his lead, and he gets killed as well. And now they want to go. Wind RJ gets the pick up on the starting, and then now they're looking to go. But Mali's in the fart. He's going to go in as much as possible. He does get 1 pick off onto Wind RJ, but he dies in return. And it looks like Isurus are looking to just close this game out. They shoot out MTS, funnel him back into the fountain, but they don't have minions, and it's going to slow things down one last time.
It's going to really put a stop, right? I mean, only MTS alive, still about 5 seconds until a Charm is back up, and same for Arakizaro, but MTS going down here as well.
Yeah, not really much of a chance. I think Israel just will continue to just push. They do have it, and they've aced him out. But yes, with 2 members, it looks like they're back. But Charm and Arakizaro just doing what they can. But the base is going to go down, and it looks like Isurus will take game 1.
Yeah, not as clean as Influence Rage, right? There was a little bit of falter there, like where we saw that Marley was able to focus Mengichi quite often, 3 times if I remember correctly. But then also the fact that they had the control, but there was very confident, a little bit overconfident on the side of Isurus Gaming, it seemed, right? It wasn't the most sort of like, hey, we've got control, and then they kind of just manhandled it. It was kind of like, hey, we got control, we're going to try and finesse you.
Yeah. I mean, it was tough, right? Like I think that they were there was a bit of a, I don't want to say skill gap, but definitely in terms of teamwork and coordination, Isurus were on the same page, pushing things when they needed to have done. And Tribe Gaming, again, just very reactive to what was happening, and that's generally speaking a losing game.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? When you're only playing on a reactive footing, it's kind of like, hey, is that the right way we need to go in terms of fighting this? But it didn't seem like it. It was kind of just like they needed more presence in these lanes. Like the reaction to the team fights, Charm taking some really good tremor smashes, amazing, but it's just all about trying to get some more of those objectives.
And it's all about them, right? But let's talk a little bit about these KDAs. Molly dying 4 times and only having 1 assist, not really the greatest of game and not what you want from your jungler. Because again, you were talking about it. You pointed out correctly in the sense that almost every big objective, Molly was off the map or he didn't have his smite ready or whatever it was. He was never really able to contest. And that's just a free game for Israel. I mean, he had 9,000 net worth. Because of that, he was 1-0-10, just making an impact.
Yeah, it's kind of like the point. It was just a small little point of concession, right? It was just like, hey, well, I killed somebody, like as if it was like a good thing. But the whole point of getting kills on the board is what you do after that. And when your jungler's the one that's gone down for a 1 trade against the enemy mid lane, it's kind of like, hey, bro, yeah, you got to kill, but what are we going to do without you?
Yeah, not really much you can do here. I mean, Isurus here, muster with 64k hero damage. Israel with 74. He was such a beast with those scepters. Super annoying. Anytime you see a Hano on the enemy team and he's doing things that he's doing in terms of like the net worth and just throwing out those scepters and just doing so much damage, it's so annoying to deal with because you jump on him and then he just fate rewinds and you're like, oh crap, now we got to do it again.
Yeah, it's like, hey, every little scratch you've done onto the high note is now just been completely reset. So all the efforts, we've almost got him, lads. We've got him pinned down. And you can kind of see it here. It's like, oh, we got him knocked up as well. And it's kind of like, hey, oh no, he's recalled. He's got all his health back.
Yeah, and this is the one good fight by Tribe Gaming where, you know, Charm did decently. He set it up for the rest of the team, and they got a triple kill on that one. Just that was like the biggest chance, but they didn't really get any objectives out of it. I mean, you were pointing it out almost the entire game with the fact that, you know, Tribe Gaming didn't have a single tower, right? Getting that tower provides a lot of space. You have a lot of room to move at this point, and you know it pushes the enemy team back, and it's got to be super important. You got to understand that, hey, if you win a team fight, you got to get something out of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we always beat home in these matches, right? That obviously mid lane is very important. That's T1. But hey, any turret at this point should be important for the side of Tribe Gaming. They need to get some on the board, but rightfully so. Ezreal getting that MVP, true dominance in that jungle, right? 79%, 79k damage taken, 74 dealt, but then also not dying at all. Really showing a great performance on the high note.
Yeah, I love it because most MVPs, the damage is obviously much higher than the damage taken, and they take very little, if anything. But that again just shows you just how upfront he was. He was providing the vision, and he was just taking all the damage that you were throwing at him. I mean, he was just super annoying to deal with. Ezreal really well-deserved MVP.
Yes, absolutely. The damage dealt, damage taken, but also just being quite like a bit of a composer, right? In his own sense, that basically controlling where his team was going, the objectives that he was stealing. But what we are going to steal from you guys is just a quick bit of time. We get a little bit of a break before we get into game 2 between Tribe Gaming and Isurus Gaming. See you soon.
learn to tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways.
Welcome back to Match 2 of the Honor of Kings Championship 2024. We're in the Americas play-in, and of course, Isurus just took Game 1 over Tribe Gaming. My name is Holler, and with me is Blam. Okay, Tribe Gaming, what do they need to do? How do they get into their win column here?
Well, I mean, they need to take some turrets, right? We were battering this home earlier on, especially in the game, but then also of the post-game analytics. But that's where this kind of victory needs to lie, right? Because if it's not for any kind of turret takedowns or any lane dominance, then you can't really try, you can't even think that you'll be able to get into that late game, right? Like, if you have none of those side lanes, if you have no, like, the T1 in the mid lane, coming back from a good team fight, like maybe in the 6 to 10 minute mark, maybe, you're able to then actually try and steamroll a lane, try and get to the high ground turrets, try and force your enemies a little bit more further into their jungle than they would like to be, so you can gain back some of your real estate, right? That's where Tribe Gaming seems to be faltering, not only just against Isurus Gaming, but also Influence Rage. It all seems to be too much team fight, not enough kind of like individual macro play.
Yeah, and I do agree with that. I think that, you know, Isurus had a very, like, death ball-ish type of lineup, and it was tough to fight into, especially with that net worth lead. So Tribe Gaming, you need to think of other sort of strats, right? Is it split pushing? Is it trying to just be in the enemy jungle? But you need to figure out how to get some sort of farm, right? Obviously, taking those T1s opens up a little space in terms of getting into the enemy jungle for starters, but you need to figure something out. Yes, somebody might die if they're trying to go on the split push, but you have to try to force them to split up a little bit so that you might have a better chance elsewhere.
Yeah, you also need sort of like a clear direction of who's going to be your captain, right? Like who's going to be making the shot calls, because there was a few points, not only in this series, but then in the previous series where it seems to be a bit of a struggle of communication. But hopefully that's laid to bed in this game 2 against Isurus Gaming. Already taking the Hugh Huan off the table, and then the side of Isurus Gaming are taking the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, just, I mean, banning him out. The Da Chao as well for Isurus just doesn't want to deal with that. I mean, you know, Isurus, again, it was the whole death ball lineup. If you've got the Da Chao, that can kind of open things up in terms of a split push strat. They don't want to deal with that, right? They would just want this single isolated dude that's just going to be pushing in, and then we'll pick him off as they split push. And the Da Chao, obviously with the strat of just teleporting out, it kind of avoids most of that.
It does, yeah. And they do ban out the Zhong Fei this time as well, again, because they don't want to go up against it. So rather than locking it in for themselves, they've gone for the red side and the side of Tribe Gaming. So, hey, they could have probably banned something different here, like the Orgrin again, and then gone for the Zhong Fei and then or whatever else they wanted to go for with their first 2 picks. But right now, the Orgrin's still up. They could go for Masashi for themselves this time around. They could go for Ali or even Lung, but they go for the Dolia, because again, that's not banned. Hey, may as well pick it.
I mean, all of the main one, you mentioned them all, right? The Orgrin, the Musashi, the Dolia. These have just been very high impact heroes, right? So Tribe Gaming are like, hey, we're gonna let you open up everything. You pick which one, and we have the right counter. We think it's gonna be Byron and Orgrin in this case. And Tribe Gaming, I think that this is, I mean, they got it in game 1 in the last series. They're gonna pick it up here. Hopefully they have a little bit better of a success rate with it.
Okay, so the Kaiser paired with the Dolia. That's a little bit more of a staple pick, right? This is pretty much when you first hear of Dolia in team comp, you're like, hey, that's going to be paired with the Kaiser. This is the most infamous coupling, right? Having 2 invincible warriors in your arsenal. And then not only having that, you have now Destructive Deluge. You can have whatever the plural of deluges is. Is it is it just deluges? Is it got its own term? But now you've got 2 of them, right? That's better than 1.
For sure. But I'm not a huge fan of the, okay, I understand the Kaiser. You talk about the fact that it does have synergy with the Dolia, but at the end of the day, it's really like the Invincible Warrior ×2. Is that really enough just to be this tanky guy, right? Like, I feel like you still need damage. I would like, I kind of like the Dolia with like the Yuan, or that's been banned, or some other one that has like a really high impact alt, not just a tankier one.
Yeah, true. But the good thing about the Kaiser, right, is you have now a stacked front line. And we've already seen here from Azrael that is able to farm very quickly, rotate very good. Yes, he was on the INO, so he has like the the dash over the wall. Kaiser doesn't quite have that, but again, you're still able to soak the damage, but also deal the damage. A good counter pick here for the side of Tribe Gaming is the Angela, because again, anti-tank mage is going to be good when it goes into these big engages. You just got to make sure that starting has the right positioning when it goes into these team fights.
Yeah, it's gonna there's gonna be a lot onto starting. I think that just kind of setting it up, maybe you get the blow up with the Chaos Cinder Blazing Brilliance combination. I like something to kind of help support that, because again, Angela very somewhat, you know, immobile, doesn't really like to move around. Isurus, I could see them picking up a lane here or something to get on that back line, because again, they have some decent squishy targets in Lady Soon and of course the Angela here.
Yeah. I really hope they don't go for the Liampo again. That's the only thing I'm really hoping for Tribe Gaming doesn't go for. It seems to be just like, hey, what can you play, Charm? Liampo? Yeah, sure, go for it. But it needs something a little bit different, right? Yes, they've banned out the Modsu. Yes, they've banned out the Zhongfei. So they've kind of like run down the pool so small that it kind of forces him to pick up the Liampo, right? He could go for a Sunbin, but they need a little bit more of a front line, right? Just in case Marley fails on the Orgrin of getting those items up, getting that HP regen. But over to the side of Osiris Gaming, they pick up the Marco Polo and they pick up the Charlotte. So you not only got one Fever Barrage, you've now got two, so that's going to be super interesting. And they do go for the Sunbin.
Okay, I'm okay with the Sunbin here. I think it helps just kind of accelerate, you know, the Ogryn Path of Passing type, just like running into them, right? Plus you have some sort of speed to hopefully get out of the Fevered Barrage from the Marco Polo. So you have some options, right? It kind of sets it up, but now Charm, who generally likes to play tankier type of roamers, has to kind of change up his play style here and just be super, super defensive, have perfect positioning so that, you know, he can get those time fluxes off in every key team fight.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this is not going to be the same kind of plays that we saw from Charm on the Liampo, where he goes in a little bit too early, because again, like you said there, Holler, that those disruptive ultimates from the Sunbin could really make the difference of a what could have been a really deadly engage from the side of Osiris Gaming into kind of like a kitty cat, right? Because they can silence, they can kind of stop the control that Osiris can have in these team fights.
Yeah, that time lapse is going to be key, right? Just setting it up for when that fight really does go down. But I think it really comes back to Mali and MTS, the bruisers, just kind of dictating the pace. Are they able to get some farm so that they can kind of start getting onto the, you know, the Osiris backline, which is really not that tanky and kind of squishier on that side. So they have to kind of, you know, it's like a chess match in that sense.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what it all is down to at the end of the day, right? Is just making sure you pick up the right heroes at the right time and engage at the right time. But make sure, importantly, that all your team know what you are about to do, because there's no point saying, hey, I'm going to go for the back line, and then you're 2 seconds afterwards, you are stuck in the back line. 5 of the red team are literally in front of you, and it's like, hey, guys, did you not get the point that I was going into the back line?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be super important, right? But okay, I think one big playstyle difference, Mali needs to just kind of, I mean, he might steal some farm in the mid lane here and there and, you know, just go throughout. But I think that he needs to concentrate more on his own farm and less on attempting to go for kills. I think that has kind of hurt him in the end, or in previous games, excuse me. So I think Mali just, again, needs some items. Let the Ogryn just do Ogryn things where you just start doing a whole bunch of damage.
Yeah, wherever he may roam, he can. And right now you can kind of see that both of the jungle's objectives have been basically cleared very fastly here, especially Kaiser and the Ogryn, very fast at clearing all of their camps, and that's probably why they're in these lanes, right? Trying to give some presence, but the Fever Barrage goes through. We do see a lot of damage going on to Iraqi Zaro. Is this going to be first blood? Oh, WinRG getting that first blood, but a trade across the map onto Azrael. So he does go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, just like game 1, but across the map.
Yeah, Iraqi Zoro actually, I don't know if it's the frag grenade or the rolling ray, but he actually missed the one shot that could have saved him and killed WinRG first, but he just barely missed it. And here's the replay. Ezreal just getting blown up. That Blazing Brilliance just burned ya.
That's the beauty of the Angela. The anti-tankness comes through. The positioning very well from starting really aided that kill onto the Kaiser, which is going to be troublesome now because, again, that's just really just upset the tempo of Azrael in the jungle. But now it's given Marley a little bit more of an edge there, about 200 gold difference, which isn't huge, but it still means he's able to just, after that fight, go back and just gain some more gold for himself.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, any sort of gold, get them into this one because they're really going to need this one. I mean, if we're looking at Windar J, 2.4, Iraqi Zoro, 1.9, 500 gold differential. 3 minutes in, not great.
No, not great at all. But hey, maybe this will get neutralized at these next neutral objectives. Okay, Path of Passing going over to the wall. Marley is now stuck onto Mingenshi. The Conductor of Souls comes through a little bit early there. He still gets the kill onto Mingenshi. And then the time-lapse comes through just to keep the side of Isurus from Tribe Gaming. So again, that was a nice pickup for Tribe Gaming. This is what we've been looking for, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mali making a move and getting a conversion out of it. The fact that he got he got that kill, super important for Mali because previously when he tried to go for ganks, nothing really happened and he just kind of wasted a little bit of time. So this is, again, that kill turned into the Tyrant. And again, things are very different already for Tribe Gaming.
Very different here. MTS and Marley looking to push Muster, but now they may get met with Mengenshi and Ezreal. But again, the anti-tankness comes through from the Charlotte. Starting is way behind there, keeping himself positioned very nicely away from the Kaiser, so he can't get in. Invincible Warrior looks like it's already been procced as well, so he's got to be careful, but he does have the aid of the Celestial Melody if he needs it.
Yeah, Mali playing much better. He actually got that blue buff, stole it away from Ezreal, who definitely does need it, especially to help with the farming and the cooldowns and all that. So it's kind of a missed opportunity for him. And now the tables have turned, right? Tribe Gaming right now in the lead. How are they able to kind of play with this one? Because again, they haven't throughout in the other 3 games. This is a almost uncharted territory for Tribal Gaming at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing well, right? But the only part where they're kind of falling once more is still in that farm lane, because we can kind of see that WindRG is still ahead of Arakizaro. Arakizaro not having the easiest time of getting that gold that he needs. A knock-up for MTS there. Muster going in as well. Mengenshi just getting the hit off, but the Destructive Deluge is being able to just be nullified because he's dashed out of there as well. So really good escape from MTS, not getting caught out, which means that he may be able to save this T1, or he's now going to recall and lose it as well. So, hey, these objectives are not the biggest priority on the side of Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, MTS expended the flash just to keep himself alive. He was a little bit low, but again, he sacrificed all of that for that T1, essentially. He probably should have just waited in that bush, see what they had done, and then maybe look to defend it, because now it's down and less space for MTS. Not great, but they were pushing it out. They did trade the bottom T1 for the top.
I'm proud to Tribe Gaming. They've got a turret, right? This could be a turnaround on what we was expecting, because, again, we just didn't want another repeat of the past 3 games for Tribe Gaming, and neither did they, because if they just lose this one as well, it's going to be a lot harder, if not near impossible, to come back in day 2 for themselves to try and get themselves into the play-ins. But right now, Tribe Gaming on the board are ahead of gold. They finally got a T1 turret as well in the farm lane, so they did trade the T1 into the clash for the farm, so side lanes being traded there, but it does give them a little bit more of opportunity, a little bit more realism into these late games.
Yeah, and I want to take sole credit of Tribe Gaming's successful game 2 thus far, because of the fact that I told them to breathe. My coaching has really impacted this team, and you can see it right now.
Yeah, can we get like a line into their comms? Like they're actually not even talking. Just going,
breathe, guys, breathe.
Breathing. And it's working for them, right? I mean, they've lost the T1 in the farm lane, but they're still doing pretty well. So they just need to maintain this tempo. Don't take the foot off the gas.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I mean, like, the net worth lead is slowly dwindling a little bit. Isurus is still finding gaps to kind of get themselves back in this game. They're continuing to push Tribe Gaming back. And this is why, you know, hey, really good teams understand how to play with the lead. Tribe Gaming right now looks like it's gone on.
A bit of a bad phase check there for Marley. Just going straight in with his face. He's like, hey, check in this phase, Bush. No one's going to be here. Just my pretty little face is Orgrin, and then get met by 4 members of the side of Isurus Gaming, which could lead to this T1. They do clear the wave pretty well. There's still 1 minion in there, able to clear it, keep that T1 in the mid lane alive. So I think that's kind of like a stable point now for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. Keeping it alive is super important for them. And I mean, they had 4 members of Tribe Gaming just keeping it alive, trying to defend it. But the Blazing Brilliance a little off the mark. Capex just kind of dodges that.
Yeah, you got to be careful on that one. It does have a low cooldown, but you don't want to be sort of expanding it too much. The Invincible Warrior does go through a little... Actually, no. Yes, goes in a little bit early there. Given over another one thanks to the Celestial Melody of Dolia. So again, they could still force another team fight, still have that Invincible Warrior as well. Orgrim, path of passing over the wall. Wasn't able to get the Azure Golem buff. It does go over to the side of Isurus Gaming, which could be a pretty big upset here for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, looking to invade and just kind of, again, contest things. And Isurus has done a great job of that, getting both of them, and they've gotten the Tyrant as well, converted it. So now they're in the lead. Isurus, ooh, how the tables have turned.
Yes, they just need to make sure they are able to maintain the lead from the side of Tribe Gaming. Blazing Brilliance comes through to stop that minion wave. Nicely done by starting there. The Burning Cinders as well, just trying to slow down the side of Isurus Gaming. But still, we can still see that the T1s are still down into the side lanes. There's been no sort of advancement on either side yet, but hey, I feel like if there's a pickup of like 1 or 2 players on either side, that's when we're going to start to see these pushes come through. As you can see, Muster already macro pushing that bot lane.
Yeah, but look at the net worth here. Almost everybody's like, what, 5,000 on the side of Tribe Gaming, whereas you see a bit of a gap, right? There's a bit of a jump in the sense of just like the farm, like funneling has been a little bit different in the sense that Windar J, 7.5. He's going to start doing some serious damage. You got to know where he is at all points. Muster has 6.4, so he's going to add up quite a bit as well. So again, you just need to understand where these guys are in those team fights.
Yeah, you've got to be super duper careful, right? I mean, we already see that he's ahead like 1.8k gold. That's huge. He's only got 1 kill, right? So he can't even play it on the kills, but hey, Path of Passing is able to bait them into a team, well, what was going to look like a team fight there, but able to access out of there is Marley, because again, if Marley didn't have that access out of there, he could have got caught out there. We do get the knockup from the Lady Chen and the Destructive Deluge, doing a lot of damage onto Marley right now. The Burning Cinders do come through from Angela. They're a little bit split apart here on the side of Tribe Gaming. I don't quite like the formation they have right there. There's room for error, and there's room for Isurus Gaming to try and take the Tyrant. It looks like Muster's going to do it on his own, whilst they're keeping them locked into that mid lane. Yeah,
the formation was 2-2 lose. It was not a good situation to be in, but it looks like they want to go. Molly's up in front.
Okay, yeah, Azir going in with the Invincible Warrior, but the Angela's Blazing Brilliance is just doing so much damage, but that is countered by the Destructive Deluge. Muster getting a kill onto Arakizaro. Down goes Lady Sun, so less damage, and down goes Starting as well, so there is barely any damage on the side of Tribe Gaming. That is a double kill going over to Muster. Very nicely done by Isurus Gaming. T1 takedown.
They got 4 kills in addition to the Tyrant, and the tables have turned yet, even further for Isurus Gaming as they're continuing to push this mid T2, and now they're continuing on.
Yeah, so far so good here for the side of Isurus Gaming. All it took was just that one fight.
This with the minion lane. It looks like they're continuing on. They're just chipping away at it, and yeah, it looks like they're going to be on. It looks like they're going to disengage here. They're going to look to just regroup, take the spike tail, kind of push it along. Isurus right now in full control, taking the blue buff and just completely controlling it. And they take that one out. They regroup yet again. And looks like starting, looking to go for the Chaos Hinder, and then he gets the Blazing Brilliance. And there we go. Yeah. Here we go. Muster. Yeah. And it looks like we're going in.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Invincible Warrior coming through. We are seeing a little damage coming from the side of Isurus Gaming. A little damage. That's a bit of an understatement there. Double kill coming from the Kaiser as well. And there we go. WinRG coming into the back line with the splendid revolver as well. That is pretty much it. I think that is curtain call for the side of Tribe Gaming. They have the minions in the mid lane, and it looks like they're able to just finish it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time, right? The Super Minion is just going to just slowly rock up, and it looks like Isurus have taken game 2.
Yes, Osiris Gaming taking game 2, and that is going to be a hard comeback for Tribe Gaming. They had an improvement in the last game. They were able to take some turrets, right? Small improvements, but this is not the point where you want to be improving, right? You wanted to do this all in the first match and then just capitalize from that, learn from that. Whereas now, they're 2 series in, Hauler, and what are they going to do from here?
Well, first things first, they're going to breathe. Second thing is they're going to just actually go back to the replay, and they're going to just kind of, they need to just buckle down, right? I think that there's going to be a lot of, some replay review. They need to figure out what those gaps are. They had the lead, but then they just played passively. They're like, they didn't understand how to kind of take over with map control. I mean, we talked about it with Kindofu yesterday in terms of just how you want to control the map. When you have that lead, you just be super aggressive. And Tribe Gaming just, again, took the foot off the gas, let Isurus just really get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, it was all around that team fight, right? Where we saw that Ezreal was able to get in there with the Invincible Warrior, but then obviously the Destructive Deluge comes through as well, doing a lot of damage, which just meant that the side of Tribe, once they lose the likes of the Orgrin, they didn't really have any tank on their team, right? Because they have Sunbin as their support. So again, a great support pick, especially for those counter engages. But as soon as that Orgrin falls off, that's a lifeline gone, right?
Yeah, definitely a lifeline gone. I mean, look, I thought the Ogrin Mali was doing great, especially early. They were doing a lot. He was doing a lot of damage. He got first blood, and they were starting to invade. They were taking the enemy jungle. They were doing a lot of good things, but then it didn't really, it didn't transition into a good mid game. It seemed like, oh, okay, we've got it. Now we play scared again. And if you're seeing what happened, look at these neutrals. These are some huge ones that kind of swung in favor of Isurus. Look at that gold graph just go right in favor of them because, again, they took the foot off their gas.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, right? Is this like you can't kind of just like run on like hopes and dreams when you have that game advantage. You kind of have to sort of make sure that you are being realistic with it. You don't overextend, but you also know the limitations of your teams, which I don't think the side of Tribe Gaming saw, right? Because Orgrim was their lifeline. As soon as Marnie fell down, that's when the team fights truly went into favor of Osiris Gaming. But you can see from that first blood, Wind RG was also able just to keep dominating that lane, right? Like he was always ahead by 1k gold.
Yeah, 1k gold. I mean, that first blood definitely did help Iraqi Zoro just kind of losing that one-on-one, and then it compounded into the next phase, which is just playing from behind, kind of tough for him. But Osiris just finding ways to get back in. Like Tribal Gaming on the run. They're not looking to fight this one, but they're just getting gone on. Now when they're running, it's just like it's the easiest thing. When the enemy team is just running away, then you have a numbers game. You're able to pick them off. You're able to prioritize and hit the right targets. But the MVP, Israel, I mean, we're talking about the Kaiser one, just kind of counterpicking the Ogrin, and he did quite well with a 3-1-5 KDA.
Yeah, he did fantastically, right? I mean, there was a few times when when there was a chance where he got caught out. Obviously, the trade for first blood, right? That was an issue. But that's early game Kaiser. He has no items. He has no tankiness. Whereas as he starts to build up that gold, as you can see there, 8.3k, and then also the damage taken, 63.6. He was basically the front line of the team. And sometimes we saw some really premature sort of invincible warriors, but he had that privilege to do that, right? He was able to have that celestial melody come from the Dolia, which really aided the fact that if he made a mistake, procting it too early, it didn't quite matter. It wasn't punished too hard.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's what you want. That celestial melody is just so good at times. Like you mess up the first time, it's like, I got the second one. It's going to be all there. But, you know, that was going to be the second series. Osiris goes out 2-0 against Tribe Gaming. And we're going to get to the third matchup soon. But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break.
them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Can't do. them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Never let them tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Liu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Liu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Championship 2024. We're in the Americas play-in third match of the day. It's going to be Influence Rage versus Isurus. My name is Holler, and with me is, of course, going to be Blam. Your thoughts on this final matchup, Blam?
Well, we've seen this matchup before previously, so within previous tournaments like Chuck BR, where we've seen Isurus and Influence Rage be on the same card as each other. And I don't want to tell people in the chat, but Influence Rage won a 2-0, so there's something for Isurus Gaming to prove here. But as you can see, the current standings, guys, is that both Isurus and Influence Rage are currently 2 points up, whereas unfortunately for Tribe Gaming, they are 0-4, which is not a great foot to have going into day 2. But hey, day 2 can hold many wonders.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to this one. I think that if anything, they want to keep this game close, especially if you're a Tribe Gaming fan. You want to kind of maybe go with 2-1, not a 2-0 dominant win or anything like that, because it gives you a better chance going into day 2. And of course, Tribe Gaming need to win out. They need to basically get 2-0s throughout, but it all comes back to this game. The lead going into it, it's going to be Influence Rage. This is the team members. It's going to be Sony, Raikou, Cozy, Petroni, and Villa. And this is a very strong team. They had a dominant performance up against Tribe Gaming earlier today.
Yeah, very dominant. I can't quite say that. I don't want to put any kind of bias or anything like that, so I'm not going to say much. But both of those wins were obviously quite clean, so I'm not going to say who was the cleanest. That's where this match is going to decide who is cleaner at swiping up these teams in these best of threes, but their opponents will be Isurus Gaming. Like I said before, it's a little bit of a different roster, the Season 2 roster that they didn't quite have time with, but now they seem to have perfected a little of those, ironed out any of those blemishes. But we have Muster in the Clash lane, Ezreal in the jungle, Mengichi in the mid lane, we have WinRG in the farm lane, and then Kapos in the support role. So again, this team played just up against Tribe Gaming, took 2-0. Influence Rage took up against Tribe Gaming, both on 2-0. So this game's going to really see who's going to come out on top for day one.
Blam, if you're not going to say it, I will, because I'm not scared of what the repercussions might be. I thought that Influence Rage had a much cleaner series up against Tribe Gaming. I was very impressed. Isurus had a great one. Obviously, you got the 2-0, but it wasn't as clean. I mean, there were still some hiccups, I would say. Of course, if you have a problem with me or a problem with that, you come at me. You can find me online at Kindofu.
Yeah, Kindofu, at Kindofu. Yeah, definitely just at Kindofu. Just get some random DMs, just like, hey, why were you chatting absolute bear against my favorite team? And Kindofu's like, I'm just playing. I've not been casting today. But anyway, we're getting into the PBs now. So it is Influence Rage against Isurus Gaming. We see the Ming and the Chao band this time around, and then over to the side of Isurus Gaming, they're taking off the Hugh Huan for Raikou, and obviously for Petroni, they've taken away the Ali. But what he has picked up is that long.
Yeah, wow. Look at these. Like, the teams are just going back and forth. They're just picking things very quickly. They came prepared. They knew what they were going to roughly choose. But the Dune Lady June pick and the Marco Polo in the first phase being picked out here, and to deal with the Loom. Your thoughts on that matchup there, Marco Polo versus Loom?
I mean, it's a great counter, right? So I see why they've gone for it rather than waiting for the next ban phase to come through and be like, hey, we don't have any farm lane heroes to pick from now. So rather than get to that point, they've basically completely got rid of that potential. They've got their mid, they've got their jungle, and they've got their farm lane. So now it's just about flashing out that Clash lane, which you can see right here. Influence Rage banning out one of Muster's biggest picks, which is the Mulan. But we saw him on the Orgren the past few games, so I'll be interested to see if they actually go and ban the Orgren or ban out something like the Mayeen or the Byron.
Yeah, it's funny that it wasn't even picked. It's not really prioritized, and both of these squads proving that they can actually play up against the Ogren and have no issues dealing with it. But I want to just kind of point out Influence Rage. The Dolia, the Celestial Melody potential on the Elaine, the Death at Sunset, and of course the Infinite Vastness with the Loom. You have like two potential get-out-of-jail-free cards used back-to-back. That could make for a very interesting team fight.
Oh yeah, lots of airtime to be had on the side of Influence Rage, especially assisted by the Celestial Melody, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see how Isurus Gaming decide to pin those down. Do they do it with more CC, like the Motsu there, as we can see it? I swear I know what I'm talking about, right? The Motsu comes through. But then they also have, obviously, the likes of the Destructive Deluge from the Lady Gen. So, again, massive damage. They have the Dune to be able to soak up the damage. But they also have the Marco Polo, which we saw WinRG have a fantastic game 2 against Tribe Gaming on the Marco Polo. Didn't quite get the MVP because it was Azrael taking the MVP both times. So, again, two really good junglers, Raikou and Azrael, going head-to-head. This is going to be really good, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I think that's actually probably the biggest one to match or to watch between the Raikou and, of course, Ezreal. That's going to be super fun. But Influence, they actually pick up the Ogren as their last pick. Okay, is the Dune Ogren, or I mean, is that going to be enough to deal with? Like the Dune, that is?
I mean, it may not be, right? But they've got the Motsu, so they've got the CC from the Motsu, and they have the Dharma as well. So they have those truth mantras, and obviously, as they say, truth hurts, right? So hopefully Dharma's able to land the truth mantras onto the Orgren to CC him, because again, Orgren's biggest counter is CC, so he can't use the Conductor of Souls, get that HP regen, and then you just kind of burst him down from there, right? Which is where the Marco Polo and the Lady Gen are going to come into it.
Okay, going into this one, who do you think has the edge?
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I want to see this roll out. I want to see this unfold for myself in the Gorge. I want to see if Isurus Gaming can beat Influence Rage, because so far, between Open Series and the play-ins, they've only had one real contender, and that was the STMN, who was also a LATAM team as well. So, hey, if they play the cards right, we could be seeing a good game here for Isurus Gaming.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, to be honest, I like Isurus Gaming's draft. I like their draft. I think there's a lot of synergy, and I kind of see what they're trying to do. But again, it's one of those things where I just see Influence Rage, and you know, I just see the Auguring, right?
Wise Muster, Marco Polo, and Wise Wind RG, Dharma.
Yeah, they're changing things up a
Maybe
little
they
bit.
could not get it out, and maybe they could not get that overruled. But hey, we're all here for the switch ups. They spice up your life.
Yeah, and okay, looks like they're gonna go in.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. The truth mantras connect. Oh, hey, there's a bit of spice. There's a bit of truth to the mantras right there. Petroni going down thanks to the Motsu and the Dharma combo. Very interesting. A bit of a throwback to the Malaysian qualifiers for MSI, right? Where we were seeing the likes of the Wukong down into the farm lane, the Li Xin as well. Very, okay, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
No, it's interesting. I mean, Mooster is the Clash laner, not to throw anybody off, but he's playing the Marco Polo, just to put a little bit of context here. Wind RJ on the Dharma, but he's actually playing it as a farm lane hero. Is this just because of the fact that, you know, Wind RJ is just a little bit more familiar with the Dharma? Mooster's cool with Marco Polo in almost any lane. Like, is that the thought process here?
I mean, the pairings kind of make sense, right? If you're going to go for a Lung, whilst he doesn't have that infinite vastness, he's not going to be able to get out of there, especially if you get right into the thick of it with Dharma. The only problem is the damage from that first ability of Lung, right? Whereas the lane against the Marco Polo kind of makes sense. The range against this close quarter combat, you're always going to win. You don't bring a knife to a gunfight, right?
Very much so, yes. But I mean, again, the Petroni with that range, though, you got the gun. You got that problem. But I mean, I know Wind RJ at some point, once he gets those items and he's just able to go in this, you know, in Petroni's face and just blow him up with the truth, I think that, you know, Petroni might struggle at that point. But for now, I think Petroni needs to be aggressive, try to get as much farm as possible, and kite people away as much as possible.
Yeah, the other thing they got to look out for, right, is the Augurin. So Raikou on the Augurin, we've seen him already prove to us that he is able to gain the resources very much faster than his opponent junglers. So it's going to be interesting to see if Ezreal is able to keep up with the pace of the Raikou. But right now we're seeing Raikou up by 2.5k, whereas Ezreal are 2.2. So not quite living up to it yet, but not too far behind. Menginchi taking a bit of damage here.
Yeah, and I mean, Raikou has proven time and time again that this guy's top tier, right? As a jungler, he's super aggressive. He's able to get farm and make an impact in all the lanes, which is great for the team, especially in the laning phase, right? He wants to contribute doing that. Raikou, man, absolute beast. You got to worry where he is because, again, he's invading the enemy jungle, and now he's back, and he's just continuing to farm.
Yeah, it's the only problem, right? When you are Augurin, you're able to sort of just get in, take your enemy's jungle, able to use the path of passing to get out of there as well. So create those routes that wouldn't necessarily be there otherwise. But I think the thing with Muster as well, they haven't really tried to go for any like 3-on-1 dives, which I thought would have been the case for having a farm lane hero into the Clash lane. It would be a lot more susceptible to these dives.
This Tyrant here looks like it's going to go the way of Ezreal, and they're pushing forward, but, you know, Influence Rage doesn't want any of that action.
They don't want none of it, especially when Dharma's close to the Tyrant, right? I mean, normally he's up there in the Overlord's territory, but right now he's down there literally like, hey, if you want to go for Tyrant, I've got some truth that needs some him, right? And we need to get that CC off, and that could disrupt the Augurin trying to land the smite. So I think it's just Influence Rage playing it safe. Just make sure they don't actually give too much over to the side of ISG.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm wondering if they're like Isurus are kind of just not really keen on a lane versus Dharma matchup, or, you know, because I think that like Mooster has done a great job of just getting actually on pace with Sony, and Sony has proven time and time again he can get a lot of farm in different ways.
Yes, absolutely. We was looking for not quite the committed engage we saw there for Raikou. A little bit of an aggression here into the top lane. The T1 looking pretty damaged. So Muster so far, even though it's not your typical Clash lane hero, he's not doing too bad. He's able to be keeping the priority in his favor. He's able to do way more damage than the lane onto that T1 for himself. So again, hey, I'm not going to knock it. If you, don't knock it till you try it, right?
Well, okay, now you and also Isurus have me worried here because I don't want to see Marco Polo in my Clash lane.
Yeah, definitely not. Think inside the box, does go over to the Ogre, and that is the counter that we're looking for. And again, ISG getting a kill onto Influence Rage. They are caught a little bit off. We were caught off with the whole switcheroo between the Marco Polo and the Dharma, right? I think Influence Rage have been caught off as well. Like, help, please?
Yeah, and Raikou wasn't expecting to get just locked in like that. I mean, Catbox was on point with that thick inside the box, kind of just setting it up and everything. And I mean, Raikou wants to get away and not able to do so. I mean, he's augering, and Raikou's like, hey, you know, what the heck, guys? Why I can't get away? What's going on, man?
Yeah, why am I not winning against the Marco Polo? Should you not be like 2v1ing him with me? Please, give me some support, guys. But yeah, Cannon Blast coming through from the mid lane from Mode2 here, just trying to put a bit more pressure because, A, they were able to replicate the same kind of damage that was happening to the T1 into the Clash lane onto that mid lane. And we always say how important that T1 in the mid lane is. That would really open up access for Raikou. He doesn't need it, but it means that it would just be even easier for him to try and take that farm. A little bit of a 1v1 here between Ezreal and Raikou. The win slash coming through, but no committing.
Yeah, look at Muster. He's actually got 4.5k. He's beating out Sunny. I mean, and he's actually taking the top T1 as well. So Muster is a little bit of a top diff at this point in terms of this Marco Polo. It's very unconventional, but he's proving that it's actually starting to work.
Hey, I mean, if it works, I'm not gonna be anybody to say, hey, naysayer. Just, hey, just do what you need to do, boo-boo. Do what you need to do. That T1 in the farm lane, though, is very, very low. Able to save it was Wind RG just by taking that minion out. But all that takes is a little kiss, and that T1's gone.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to continue to push. It's just barely hanging on. I think there's like scotch tape, just patching it together for now. But it's going to be a little bit of a push by Isurus. I think that they have the numbers to do it, but they've lost the mid T1, and Muster is just cleaning up the minions now.
A little bit of a full support, right? Okay, so the Cannon Blast comes through onto Cozy. Cozy's trying to get out of there. A lot of damage going on to Ezreal. He is taken down, so that is the first kill on the board for Influence Rage. So they are now turning it around. A kill-less match is no longer a potential for Influence Rage, but that was a nice little engagement. I don't know how Cozy was able to stay alive, but hey, the healing came from somewhere, and it must have been the Dolia.
Yeah, it kind of helped him out. It kept him alive. And I mean, Ezreal was a little too far out. The rest of Isurus were not able to be just back in the, but in the bottom lane.
Wind RG getting the second kill onto Lung, right? That's something I never thought we'd see in the farm lane. Dharma going against the Lung, and then all of a sudden, Dharma's like, hey, I'm on top, baby. I'm 5.4k. Keeping up with Petroni as well, which we know from the first series of the day. He's really good at basically amassing that resources for himself. Like, there's never an issue when Petroni's on the team, but right now, Wind RG's keeping up with that tempo.
Yeah, keeping up with the tempo, and that he's been doing a great job. Look at the net worth. It's literally neck and neck at this point. Does he get the steal? No.
Nope, not quite getting that kill theft, which would have been huge for the side of Influence Rage, but hey, Isurus Gaming are here to stay, baby. They're like, hey, we've lost 2-0 to you before, guys, and we didn't quite do too well in the Season 2 Invitational. But now we've kind of mixed things up. Muster's playing a little bit more into the role. Wind RG's playing fantastically. I think as a whole, they're not doing too bad, trading the blows and like basically just keeping themselves alive here, even though Lung able to get a few blows onto the Mode2 didn't quite do that much damage.
Yeah, and didn't do enough damage to just kind of keep this, the team fight and the pressure on, so to speak. But again, no mid T1. Influence Rage right now have a bit of an opening in that sense. That opens up the map quite a bit, and it's super key for them because they can then look to go for some enemy invades, or jungle invades, that is. But look at in the bottom lane, Muster.
Yes, Musta almost getting caught out there. He did get a little bit of recon from Capo, just keeping himself alive. The Cannon Blast coming through does land onto the Orgren. Wind Slash as well. Orgren looking pretty low. The Conductor of Souls comes through. He's able to regain his HP. He does have Eye of the Phoenix, so he does get the boost in the HP regen. We see that Azrael is a little bit stuck into the thick of it here. Now we are seeing Sony join the team fight. Azrael soaking so much damage right now, but there we go. Orgren gets the kill onto the Dune, and they're not stopping there. Okay, WinRG gets the trade onto Reiku. There is no smite on either team, so that means that the Tyrant is probably not going to get forced here.
Yeah, probably won't be going for it. But I think Israel, once he threw out the Unruly Blade aggressively, didn't get the pick off or anything, and you knew he was dead, right? He was going to be eventually just, you know, whittled down. They had the kiting and for that, but they did get Raikou in return, so not all in all the worst thing in the world, still neck and neck. Both of these teams really want it. This matchup is so important going into day 2.
Absolutely. I mean, it's super close, right? I think it's the closest matchup we've had all day because the other two have been pretty clear who the winners are of both of those games, as they are now here into the third match, trying to make sure they can keep their or attain the best position they can going into day 2. But right now, it seems a little bit of a bit of a brewing before the storm, right? They're just two teams waiting to try and see who makes one too many steps to overextend. We see that Must is going into the backline there, trying to push and get some priority into the lane. Raikou also doing some damage onto the backline as well. Just a lot of tit for tat, right? Cannon Blast coming through, Frigid Prison's coming through. So here we are. We're just waiting for somebody to commit. Must is back into the team fight, so there could be a potential here now that Raikou, with the path of passing.
Yep. Oh, nice to lock.
Okay. Yep, there we go. Lung getting the kill. The pickoff comes through. The Death on Sunset, as well as the Infinite Vastness comes through for the Lung. But that is a 1-1 trade so far for ISG. They're picking up a double kill here. So WinRG on this Dharma has been quite a throw-off here, but it's working for them. We do see that Sony falls as well as Ezreal, but that is a triple kill. Holo, WinRG doesn't need the range. He's happy playing this Dharma in the farm lane.
Yeah, okay. Dharma in the farm lane, that is something that I did not expect to hear on, on day 1 today. But nonetheless, WinRG is really proving that it's starting to work. I mean, he has 9K, highest in the game, and he's doing it off with the Dharma, and he's just blowing people up with the Enlightenment as well as the Truth. He's just setting himself up. And I mean, I thought Mooster was having a great game with the 9K net worth already. And I thought he was going to be the carry, but in fact, WinRG's like, I'm still the carry here.
Yeah, Capo get a nice cannon blast there onto Cozy. He was like, hey, I'm going to phase check. I'm not with my face like Tribe Gaming did. So learning from their other opponents, they've been watching the previous series, and it's definitely paying off for them here. ISG looking pretty strong. Not quite the lead that they need going into the mid game. It's still pretty much neck and neck for the gold.
Yeah, it's going to be super important for this Tyrant. Don't want to give up these objectives. You're still neck and neck, so that you want to contest these things. Ezreal has to have great positioning, ensure that he gets that smite.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage now, right? Because, I mean, Lung has that Starbreaker, so the armor piercing coming through. The Death on Sunset as well lands nicely onto Magenchi, goes down. That is a trade for Cozy. So mid lanes on both teams going down. Dharma's not quite had enough yet. Lost into the thick of it is Sony. He does go down. The Cannon Blast saving that extra little bit of second win that we saw Influence Rage try and have there in that team fight.
Yeah, but why would you go for this Influence Rage? You're down 2 players. I mean, yes, you saw the recall by WinRG. They were not going to contest, but this is super risky trying to go for the Tyrants here. Ezreal and Raikou both have their smites.
Yeah, both going for the Tyrant here, but they are able to make advantage of this, take the T1 into the mid lane as well. Infinite Vastus comes through for Petroni. He's going straight there to try and disengage. They do get the Tyrant, however. This could be troublesome for Azrael. He's already pretty squishy now for the fact that the armor pen coming through for Influence Rage, but the Tyrant extra damage coming through now is going to make the world's difference in these next few team fights.
Questionable positioning or questionable play by Ezreal there. He actually went away. He still had smite, but he actually went away from the Tyrant and realizing that, okay, we gave up on it. We're not going to actually contest this. But Ezreal, it was just like, hey, actually he went to the blue side, and I was like, huh. Does he think he's on the blue team? Because he went the wrong way and he just put himself out of position. Not great.
Yeah, definitely navigational error there for the side of ISG, but they've done definitely very well with trying to keep up with this Titan that is Influence Rage, who they've lost 2-0 to before, but this seems to me that ISG have done their homework, they've done their improvements as well, and right now, didn't lose the high ground turret in the mid lane, which is pretty much a lifesaver at this point, so that the team of Influence Rage don't get those empowered minions. But for now, it's still looking a little bit more of the calm before the storm. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a bait here for the Overlord.
Yeah, and it's looking like the teams are starting to muster their forces around it. They're sticking around. You see what I did there, Mr.
I see what you did there, Hola.
But Influence Rage now on the run, or chasing after him.
Yes. Path of Passing coming through. I think it's just kind of trying to play the mental mind games here as they're waiting for Sony to bring those minions around as well. So now they have the priority into the Clash lane and they kind of see, hey, we've got some priority needing up there, but there's also a fight for the Overlord. But no Path of Passing on the side of ISG. Are they going to get into there? No, it is going to go over to the side of Influence Rage. And there we go. Loom taking the kill onto Muster. So Petroni like saying, hey, you aren't normally a farm lane player. I'm going to show you how it's done there. Taking a lot of damage onto the Marco Polo, was able to take it down. Dharma is still looking for a bit of a macro play here. WinRG just got all the wind in him.
Yeah, WinRG doing smart. I like what you did there. WinRG just trying to push it out. I mean, he knew that Mooser had been killed. Not much he could do, so he actually just looked to just push the wave and buy a little bit more time for Mooser, who's going to be up in about 15 seconds. That's an eternity at this point, especially since Influence Rage are knocking on the doorstep.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot closer game here, but it seems like there is a bit of a confirmation of who may win this one, right? Depending on how ISG defend this base. They've lost 2 higher ground turrets, which is going to make the laning phase a lot more harder for them going through to this one. But now they have the Vanguards as well. It's really interesting here. The Influence Rage just need to take a solid team fight, which we know they're capable of.
Definitely capable of. I mean, they have a lead now. How do they do this? I mean, it's just that the Vanguards will constantly push. So Isurus actually has to play on the defensive side, dealing with those Vanguards, pushing it out, try to take back your jungle. Not the easiest of things to do at this point. 23 more seconds for the next Tyrant. And, you know, that's going to be probably the next big objective for Influence Rage.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost getting to that 20-minute mark, right? I mean, Influence Rage don't really want to get to that Tempest because anything can happen, right? Which we saw yesterday between one of yours and Kin's matches that we saw going all the way past the 20-minute mark. A few Tempest Dragons coming through. It was very clutch, but WinRG goes in, checking the bush, and with his face was able to dash it. There, this Death on Sunset does come through to the back line here, trying to take out Muster because there we go, another Death on Sunset thanks to the Celestial Melody, but now the Celestial Melody being on cooldown means that the Infinite Fastness is not going to be able to be activated twice. Influence Rage having to play this one a little bit more careful.
Yeah, gotta be super careful. I thought Sony was dead, but then I totally forgot about the Celestial Melody. But Sony getting gone on?
Okay, yeah, the Cannon Blast coming through does stop him into place for a little bit, but Muster's just, I mean, yes, Muster's able to get the Splendid Revolver, but not connecting the shots, which was just a bit unfortunate there. Raikou into the thick of it, as well as Cozy. The Winter is coming, it's been dropped down. We see that Azrael is gone down as well. So all it is a little bit of an engage here. The Death on Sunset has been reactivated once more for Sony. That is a 2-0 trade to the side of Influence Rage, which means that they're able to either go for the neutral objective or push these minions in the midway.
All right, Mooser had the Resplendent Revolver. He had it lined up on Sony, who was very low, who would have been killed if it weren't for Bilal, who jumped in front of him, was Operation Human Shield, sacrificed the body, took a lot of damage, kept his teammate alive.
Hey, that's what support players are meant to do, right? I mean, that's what they should be doing, right? they
Sorry,
are
Blam,
the people who get in the limelight. They are meant to be the body blockers. But speaking of body blockers, WinRG going against Sony. The 1v1 didn't quite go in his favor. His team was able to get his back. The posse of Influence Rage just coming in through with a clutch rotation there, able to completely mitigate the takedown of Sony. But again, this is now looking like an Influence Rage late game. Tempest Dragon up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be the big one. I mean, potentially Isurus could get back in, but WindRJ sacrificing himself, trying to take out Sony by herself in a bad spot where the rest of Influence Rage were going to help and come in to just help him out. Not a great situation. Now you're putting your team on the back foot. This is going to be a tough one for them, as it looks like Isurus needs to limit this.
Yep, the Death and Sunset does come through. Celestial Melody is still up, so we could see another Death and Sunset if we really need to. The Winter is coming is here, as well as the Destructive Dislodge. They do get the Tempest Dragon as well. So speaking of dragons, it's Long that's getting it. The Sage's Sanctuary really paid dividends here for the side of Influence Rage. Currently a 3-2 trade so far, and they have the Tempest Dragon. Sony is not quite done. The Cannon Blast does come through, but is he able to claim another kill for the side of Influence Rage? A dash in onto WinRG. He does have the Sage Sanctuary, so it's a little bit ballsy here playing in for it, but it's a little bit more of a distraction just to get the minions into the Crystal Hauler. They are taking the Sage Sanctuary off of WinRG. They are taking game 1 from ISG as well. What a close match.
Influence Rage really proving to be the cleaner team coming into this one. We knew that they were capable of it. They played very well. They were able to stop Mooster's, Marco Polo, WindRJ on that Dharma. There were some slight mistakes, and we did kind of see that one in the last series as well, where there's the potential for those mistakes. And Influence Rage, punished every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it took a little time for them to actually adjust to see what happened there with the Dharma and the Marco Polo switching lanes. But once they finally got their foot in there, Influence Rage played fantastically. But I have to give it up to ISG. They played really well. That was a very, very close match to around about the, I'd say, 12-minute mark, right? Like, a lot of that was going in the favor of ISG. It was just, whether it was just a throw-off, the team comp, WindRG just played fantastically on the Dharma, having that sort of confidence boost in the early game, getting the first blood. But as you can see here, across the board, there's quite a few standout performances, right?
Yeah, it's down up for WindRJ 7-1-1. I was like, wait, hang on. He's on the losing side. What is going on here? And Mooster, of course, with a ton in terms of net worth. Both of them swapping heroes, not roles, and they're just kind of taking it to the next level. Look at that damage. 158,000 by Mooster. Still did a ton of damage, but not enough to deal with this absolute beast of a lineup of Influence Rage.
Yeah, just look at the damage taken from the Doom pick, right? This is why people go for a tank in the jungle. It means that all your other lanes get to shine, that the resources rightfully go over to them, and you can kind of see these performances come through, like from Muster, like from WinRG as well. Just completely thrown off, a little bit off the meta, but hey, you don't always win things when you are being just normal, right? There's sometimes insanity means that there is a method to the madness, and so far, there was a method to the madness. It was working very well, especially against locking Petroni down in the early game, not making sure he activated earlier than he should have. But by the time the Starbreaker came through, and then all those really hard-hitting items on the side of Influence Rage then getting put into the itemization, it was pretty much a hard team fight for the side of ISG. All they had was the Dune, and it just clearly wasn't enough in terms of tanking, right?
Yeah, most of the team fights, though, were kind of funneling Isurus into these small, little pathways, right? And it kind of sets it up for Influence Rage to just kind of land on their parade, rain on their parade, with, the Death at Sunset. And then plus the fact that you saw just the power of the Dolia. The fact that, what's better than one ult? Two ults, right? The Celestial Melody just giving them so many options and letting them do so much damage coming into that late game. And they were just starting to burst them. Ezreal was not that tanky towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, the Celestial Melody really saved that one, right, for the side of Influence Rage. If they didn't have that, they wouldn't have had the double ultimate on the Lung, the double ultimate on the Elaine. So it would have meant a lot more calculation from the side of Influence Rage. But you can kind of see here, as they kind of showed the highlights that really rolled out the Game 1 victory for Influence Rage, that they didn't need to think calculatively. They had all the gold, they had all the itemization, and then the MVP is going to go over to Sony. Played fantastically, especially being able to access that backline. If it wasn't for that Elaine pick, I honestly think that ISG would have taken that Game 1.
Agreed. Yeah, actually, because Sony was on point with his Elaine, right? Those Death at Sunsets, the Meteor kills, just setting it up, letting them group up, and then just have that control. That's exactly what you want as the Clash laner, especially in those team fights. And he was on point. He had such an impact.
Absolutely. Speaking of deaths on Sunset, we are just going to have a teeny little break on Sunset before we get into game 2. Maybe the final game of the day, but I feel like with that win that ISG have, not just Wind RG, but that second win going into this game 2, we could be seeing a full best of 3. So don't go anywhere, chat. See you soon.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your
Influence Rage take game one over Osiris. Blam, how does Osiris bounce back from that game?
I think it's just a bit of a clearer and more composed late game, right? Because we had a great starting from them. They got first blood. They were able to kind of maintain that same level of resource taken and also the aggression that the side of Influence Rage had. So I think it's nothing to do with the early game and in the mid game. It's all about that late game, right? So the only thing they could do in the early game to try and influence that late game is just have more control.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you on that 100% in the sense that like everything early to mid game, it was really neck and neck. It was so close, right? But that just a couple of team fights just swung the the way into Influence's Rage's success, right? They were able to win because of those late game team fights. They did a really good job of just kind of having that chaos, and just the target prioritization was really good for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you sounded super duper surprised that you agreed with me. I was like, oh, maybe my takes aren't that good. But there we go. I'll take my wins when I can. I'll take my wins when I can. But yeah, I feel like it is all down to the composure in these team fights, right? Especially when the likes of Influence Rage have the picks like the Ogryn. It's very hard to come against an Ogryn that's been able to not be challenged so much within the early game, to the point that it's like, oh, we're now in the late game. They now have an Ogryn that we haven't really punished so much within that early to mid game, and now we can really see that when they have the itemizations. But into the PB, we see that the Lung and the Doom pick are being banned out to the side of ISG, and then over to the side of Influence Rage, they ban out their own Dolia and the Chow, but it means that they're able to pick up the Lady Jen and Zhong Fei first pick.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they didn't have first pick going into this one, so they don't want to have to deal with the Dahlia. So it was one of those things where, okay, we don't want to deal with this. But, oh, Aaron and Ming? Interesting.
They're going for it again. The Maze, well, I mean, it did really well. Wind RG got a fantastic kill streak on it, and the Erin, and it played very well. It may be just enough to throw off Influence Rage. I mean, if the Marco Polo and the Dharma lane switch up isn't enough to throw them off, I don't know if this will be enough, but let's see if it's something they're a little bit more comfortable with. But paired with the Hugh Huan, majority of them probably going to be in that jungle role, right? Just hope that they play it like how Raikou plays it when he plays it with pure dominance. Just goes into the enemy jungle, just cuts off any kind of like means of getting into the Azure Golem or the Crimson Golem, especially when we start to see those T1s fall, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we expect the same thing out of Israel, right? I think the Yuan is definitely something that he can pilot very well. I have no issues with that. But I think it also gets boosted a bit by Ming, the fact that it has so much sustain already. And then kind of just going back to the pool of, this Aaron pick, which is, again, kind of an interesting one. I think it's the Isurus special. I haven't really seen any of the other teams really play this hero as much, but they definitely like it here.
They do. I mean, it's clearly something that they pick and they're happy with, right? And WinRG showed his performance against Tribe Gaming. Yes, Influence Rage is not Tribe Gaming. They beat them 2-0. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Aaron pairs up against Patroni's Ali, which we know historically has fantastic performance, right? If he can't get his Lung, he goes for the Ali. If he can't get his Ali, he goes for the Lady's Son. But the last little parts of those bans, they are banning out the clash lanes there. So the Dharma and the Byron go down. Are ISG going to ban out that Ogryn just to kind of finish it off now? Because they have taken out the Masashi pick, which is a big counter for him, but they go for the Sunset, which is quite interesting, instead of going for the Ogryn.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of leaving it out there. They've picked up the Kaiser. They expect, I mean, I think they're trying to bait out the Ogryn pick here. Considering you left it out and you've picked the Kaiser, very tanky. We've seen it try to be a counter to the damage that Ogryn brings to the table, but they have a decent amount of options in terms of dealing with the Ogryn thus far. I think Influence Rage are, again, just looking to bait it out.
Potentially, right? I mean, they've got the Zhong Fei, they've got the Kaiser, but then they've also got the Destructive Deluge. And if they need any more burst, they have the Ali. But over to the side of ISG, they're looking for their mid lane potentially, or the Hugh 1 could go into the mid lane and completely throw us off, which is not like something that ISG would do. But hey, it's not going to be that. It looks like they don't take the bait. They go for the high note and they go for the Mayin into the clash lane.
Yeah, and I kind of like the synergy, right? You had the Yuhan with the Unending Sorrow, who's just, you had that second phase of a team fight then, because you got to set that one up, right? You're untargetable. Plus, you have the Heino now, who's could also be potentially in front. This is one that Mengichi is able to play well as well, just with those scepters just being super annoying, and then you get yourself out of dodge with the Fate Rewind.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if they do put the Haino into the jungle or they're going to leave the Hugh 1 there, right? Because that could be either one, because Ezreal has been on the Haino before. They go for the Zhong Yu on the side of Influence Rage, a pick that we've seen not too often from this team, but something that's been a big influence from the Brazilian region, right? Is the Zhong Yu pick into the Clash lane.
Yeah, a little bit of control, just getting in, just trying to stun people up. When it's on, the Zhang Yu can just be this absolute menace. He needs to have a decent early game to just kind of build up a little bit of tankability. I think it's being backed up with Kaiser could be what they want, right, with the Invincible Warrior. But, you know, I think it's going to be two teams going up against sustaining and somewhat longer team fights, potentially, with the Haino and the Yuan as well. So it's going to be super interesting seeing those big team fights in the late game.
Yeah, again, the draft is very much late game orientated, and we know that ISG can get there as they really displayed in game 1, but let's see if they can do it again in game 2 and even maybe take game 2 from the side of Influence Rage. We'll still see, but it does look like Mingichi is going to go for the Hugh 1 into the mid lane and then the Haino into the jungle, which from the games with Tribe Gaming, we saw Ezreal was able to kind of conduct his team into places that he wanted them to be, but then also kind of harass the enemy team, right? Kind of disrupt the enemy jungler, which was a really good performance and a really good mechanic. Whether it will work on Influence Rage, we are yet to see, but Cozy looking like he may get caught out here for first blood. Oh, quite close.
Yeah, he had to use the flash just to keep himself alive. Gets the healing due as well. But Cozy in this bottom lane, he just got gone on, right? And they were forcing a lot. I mean, in terms of the amount of resources and manpower that was in that bottom lane. So Cozy needs to be a little bit careful. But man, this T1's taking a lot of damage, especially early.
It's taking a big beating, right? Like, Aaron's doing so much damage to that T1, but I suppose it's kind of paired with the Ming, right? Just that damage amplification, but then later on in the game, you'll get that damage reduction. So and also be able to stash onto the enemy team for increased damage, which will go really nicely against picks like the Zhongfei and the Kaiser.
Yeah, and look at a little bit of rotation by Mengichi in the top lane, just pushing that one out, just giving Muster just a little bit of an edge, right? And that's kind of what you need to kind of get yourself going. He is a little bit behind, and not to say that it's like, you know, 100 gold is not the biggest thing at this point, but, you know, any sort of edge is super important.
Absolutely. It's like I said in the post-game or the pre-game 2 match, pre-game 2 talk, was that that's what ISG need to do, right? They need to gain the control in the early game. Yes, they were able to kind of keep on the same level as Influence Rage in the game 1, but what they really need to do is just make sure they're able to put, like, one-up it, right? So they want to be the spearhead. They want to be the scepters like Haino. They just want to be piercing through the team fights, doing so much damage, going into the enemy jungle, cleaning it up. But you can kind of see here that Raikou right now is helping himself to Azrael's jungle right now, taking the hogs. This is the kind of thing that we always expect from Raikou.
Yeah, Raikou, I mean, he's on point. Like, the only thing, though, is that I feel like Ezreal's Haino is just next level. Like, you got to be super careful. Once he starts getting that damage in those scepters and he's up front, then you have Menguchi just, like, in the back, just kind of backing him up, and then Capox with the Ming. It's just like, this is a well synergized draft, and I really like it going into this game.
Yeah, I think it's a well synergized draft, but also ISG really surprised me at how well synergized they are compared to Season 2 Invitational, because it looked like a little bit of a affair in the Season 2 Invitational, but right now they seem very well oiled. They've done the means of getting there and being a better team and being more composed, right? We can kind of see here that Azrael is into the enemy jungle, may get caught out here. He does have the Faith Rewind though, however, so just again, disrupting them, but is it going to be enough? Okay, it comes through. Oh, that was a clutch Faith Rewind.
My butt cheeks were clenched. I'm not going to lie. I was scared for Ezreal. I thought he was down for the count. I was like, wait, why is he not casting it? And then he casts it to the maximum, gets the maximum heal in that as well. But Ezreal, oh my gosh. Okay, he knows how to play this hero, and he's got us on the edge of our seats.
I mean, the timing was perfect, right? Because you can see that he took enough time in the enemy jungle for the farm lane to push that T1. So it was all part of the plan. I mean, we see these little parts, but they don't quite make sense. But then you see the results, and he's like, That makes complete sense. Like, he was just putting in the time, just being enough of a disruption and a bit of a kind of a scapegoat, so they're able to do things in these lanes and get these turrets, which at the end of the day, he didn't die, and they were able to get a objective from it. They lost the turret, however, but still means that they got dominance in the lane.
So again, they're playing chess, not checkers in that sense, right? Influence Rage, we're like, hey, we actually do have a lot of people here, but the Tyrant is up, so it's not the worst thing in the world, and they're kind of getting themselves back into this one in terms of, you know, again, since you're not in the lane, you're not farming, so you have that makeup of time and farm. So really nice play by Influence Rage, and again, this is why these two teams are very contested. And it looks like, oh, Sony getting gone on.
Oh, Sony getting kicked out. Okay, the hegemony slash just gets completely dominated in like, where's he gonna go? Hey, I want to put it here, but then Musta was like, no, we're gonna tell you where your hegemony slash is actually gonna aim, right? That was just class from the side of ISG. Really nice play there by Musta. Teleports down to the farm lane to try and keep that T1 alive, but damn. ISG with some control there.
Yeah, Sunny there. I mean, it was one of those moments where you're like, hey, if you just get under a tower, all you need to do is just drop the umbrella and just make yourself there. Why do you have to hold that thing slowing you down? And then he ended up dying because he's too slow to even get under the tower.
Absolutely. They are able to take that farm lane T1 though, so hey, clearly there was some sort of purpose for the side of for Sony to fall there. I don't think that one had purpose. I think he got caught out by WinRG, but that's a lovely little bit of gold going over to WinRG now on the side of ISG, up by 4.4k gold, whereas Petroni is slowly falling behind. He needs to kind of equalize that gold lead that WinRG has over him right now.
All right, somebody want to give the memo and somebody give a call to Sunny and let him know that he's not playing the Athena. So he needs to play the Xiang Yu a little bit more defensively. Got to stay alive, man.
Hey, disruptive Zhang Yu. You heard it here first. Influence Rage, disruptive Zhang Yu, but not quite. We'll see how they go. Let's see what they're cooking with this. But Raikou already procting the Invincible Warrior a little bit too early there.
Yeah, a bit too early, and I mean, just used very defensively. Now he's not going to have it, but it looks like they just want to take out this top T1.
Hey, you don't win games without getting those turrets right, and getting priorities in both of those side lanes, which is already what ISG have done. It's just kind of paying back that dividends to Influence Rage, just so they can get a little bit more gold under their belt there. A little bit of a split team fight going on here. Bagenshi, Ezreal here, as well as Capo. The 1U ultimate there coming through as well. Not quite just yet, but okay. Bilal looking pretty low there. The Invincible Warrior does have to get procced. Also, the Unbridled Outrage as well, just so to keep himself alive. Get a bit of a second wind. The Destructive Deluge takes down Ezreal as well. So, okay. Influence Rage with a bit of a shaky, but also very composed. They knew what they were doing in that team fight, right?
Yeah, I think Ezreal there was like, you know, he played it to the limit previously with the Fate Rewind. On this one, not able to get out of that one. And now, unfortunately, he did die. But now, ISG on the attack.
Yeah, Musta's not having it. He wants the blood of Raikou. Gets it as well as Zhang Yu goes in. The Hegemon Slash does connect onto McGinty as well. That was a nice crucial crowd control into the Hegemon Slash. Really well played there by Influence Rage. But it looks like they could lose the T2 down into the farm lane. We see that Musta has teleported down there, regardless of him having already a loss of life right now. Ezreal there also looking to try and push off, maybe try and get Petroni down, but there's a bit too much damage going on. Phase Rewind comes through, forces Petroni out of there, not to commit to killing the high note.
Yeah, Ezreal on the limits again, a little close, got back to full, understood that, hey, they didn't have any like actual stuns, any ways to deal with it. Petroni didn't have the burst just as of yet, but Ezreal kind of playing a little close to the vest, at least for my case.
Yep, Unbridled Outrage comes through pretty early, and that not actually getting any of the CC onto the side of ISG. Okay, Petroni goes down. There is a lot of damage onto the side of Influence Rage. Musta does fall to his fate very early, but also WinRG is very low in health, able to escape, however. But that means that that Tyrant objective may not get taken just yet, unless the side of ISG are deciding to go for it here. It looks like they're going to try and claim a little bit of a dominance here into the mid lane, try and get that T1, opening up those farms and those jungles to the side of ISG.
Yeah, ISG realizing that it's a little too dangerous at this point to go for that Tyrant. I mean, Ezreal did have Smite, Raikou did not at that point, but it's still kind of one of those things where it might have been on off cooldown by the time the Tyrant was even close to being killed. So they're playing a little bit safer. ISG right now have a small edge, and again, they're playing conservatively. They're trying to just defend. They don't want to do anything risky at this point.
This is exactly what they did in game 1, though, right? This is where they need to kind of maybe amp it up a few levels more, but that could be the reason why the Influence Rage are able to stop them amping up a little bit more, is because in game 1, they have the slight advantage in the gold lead, just like this one right now, but it's just all about just kind of trying to break through the roof, right? They need to sort of get through that limiter. We see that Ezreal and Raikou are going 1v1 right now, but nothing's going to come of that. There's no minions to be pushed, so hey. Tyrants are up, and it is the Shadow variant as well, so maybe we'll see a bit of a fight here for the neutral objective. Raikou just poking some fun onto the side of ISG.
Yeah, continuing on, Ezreal throwing out those scepters, but Influence Rage have just largely shrugged them off. He doesn't do a whole lot of damage just yet. Sony getting gone on.
Yep, Sony getting kick flipped and sceptered all at the same time. Not at the position I would want to be in, but Muster, again, true Muster fashion, going for the macro plays here, trying to get those lanes pushed as well. We see that they've already tried to start for the Shadow Tyrant here. They are all pretty much amassing around the Tyrant camp. We're seeing the Influence Rage as a unit coming through. The Invincible Warrior as well as the Unbridled Outrage only going on to Ezreal there, so trying to really focus the high-note pick. The Faith Rewind comes through as well. Muster into the back line, giving it a little bit more help over to the side of Ezreal, but there is no kills taken down just yet. There we go. Raikou goes down. There is a smite taken off the board, which means that they could still go for the Tyrant objective. Yes, Villau has the smite, but he's probably not feeling confident enough to try and contest Azrael's smite.
Oh man, Mooster with the play, the control, the kickback. Oh, that was on point. Actually just put Raikou in a bad spot. Now it looks like they've gotten that Tyrant. This is a huge opening for ISG. Now they're looking to take the mid T1 and continuing on, but that was a huge team fight for ISG.
Yeah, I mean, Muster that was all in a day's work, right? He went down to the bot lane, pushed the minions to get them to the T2, then thought, you know what, my team kind of need me. I'll go through and help my team. Gets through there, gets the kill onto Raikou, then still sets up the minions to take the T2 down in the farm lane. This guy is literally thinking like 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, he's thinking 2 steps ahead for sure. I mean, he's putting his team in a great position, understanding, you know, again, where are the waves? What am I doing before we take, you know, a Tyrant or a team fight? Understanding that has been key for them, and the reason why they're in the lead at this point.
Yep, so far they're in the lead with 6 kills. They're just ahead ever so slightly with 2k gold. This is the point where it kind of affects the farming of your enemy team, right? You've got to kind of keep that pressure on, making sure they aren't given the freedom to roam. Okay, Eren gets the kill onto Xiangyu as well. Is that going to be enough? Oh, Haido gets the kill onto Petroni as well. Double kill going over to the side of ISG. This could be what they need to win this game too, right? This is more likely going to be a full best of 3 in every sense of the word, unless Influence Rage can just catch them out on a whim. But right now, T2 goes down in the mid lane.
Influence Rage not out of the game, but they're falling further behind, and it's going to be much tougher for them to get back into this game. This T3 is going to be chipped down. Not really much they can do at this point with 3 members down, but again, they haven't lost the game. Oh, actually, they do have it hold somehow. That T3, it's like, again, just scotch tape holding it up.
Literally holding on by the skin of its teeth. If the turrets have teeth, we'd like to know, because they clearly are hanging on by them right now. But I thought they would have rotated fastly to the Overlord camp, maybe try and take the neutral objective there, but it looks like they may try and bait it right now. They don't have the debuff into the jungle. Ezreal just trying to force a little bit of keeping Kaiser away from it, whilst we see Eren just constantly just bash down the Overlord. So once more, neutral objective going over to the side of ISG.
ISG playing a great game, understanding, you know, objectives, just how to push them out. You know, there's really nothing Influence Rage could have done. I mean, they could have potentially gone for the team fight or the potential steal, but look at this, 11.1k net worth by Wind RJ. He is on another level. None of them have even gone past 10k. He is the clear leader in terms of farm.
Yeah, this Eren pick is clearly a pocket pick for him. It's working very well, and most times out of 10, it's not going to get banned, right? Because there is higher priority in the PP for the heroes that want to get banned. The Eren is not one of them, and it's working very well right now for WinRG.
Blue team has destroyed
I think that Influence Rage have not been able to find WinRJ. If he's able to get the pick off, because you have the Mooster, and then, I mean, Israel is up front, Menguche is, of course, just being these nuisance, you know, just the frontliners. But WinRJ's positioning, look at where he is. He's, like, generally speaking, in the back, just doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's just got the Daybreaker as well, so it's only going to get even more painful for the side of Influence Rage. And on top of that, we know that Eren can actually itemize magic damage as well, which we can kind of see from the second item towards the end. But here we are, baiting a lot of damage onto the side of ISG. Was that Fate Rewind? We see that the Invincible Warrior comes through, trying to just take away the Shadow Vanguard, but it's not quite enough. It hasn't died just yet. Means that ISG is able to pick up a lot of damage onto the side of Influence Rage. Zhongfei goes down. That is a solid front line for Influence Rage that is now off of the table and off of the gorge. It's all about this defensive measures that they're going to take here for Influence Rage to try and maintain themselves in this game 2. Hauler, it's looking like it's going to be a game 2 win for ISG, taking out the Zhong Yu as well. The Hegemon Slash not quite connecting just yet. Double kill going over the muster once more. That is ISG looking to take the crystal in game 2.
So much sustain. That's exactly how you want to do this one. And Isurus, like Mooster, had an amazing 4-man get series. Just knocks everybody up and just set it up for the rest of the team to just clean house. Isurus strike back. That draft is just textbook Isurus, right? The amount of sustain that they had, the Yuan and the Hino just up front. This is what you want to do. If you're going up against them, Influence Rage are like, okay, actually our draft was not good up against that lineup and we really struggled.
But this is the thing, right? This has now made it to, there is no clear winner that, well, they're already 1-1 each, so they've already got 2-2 under the belt, well, 2-0 under the belt. They're now going to a 1-1 victory so far. So, hey, that means that there is only going to be 1 point between these two teams going into day 1. So that makes that day 2 even more closer than it needed to be. Influence Rage losing game 2, but just look at the itemization again. WinRG, 0 deaths on the board. This guy's positioning was something else.
Yeah, something else. 607, able to do, like, get all that farm, do all that damage. But look, everyone else has died only once, right? WinRJ, I mean, Capax didn't even die himself. So again, the positioning of Isurus was just pinpoint perfect. I mean, yeah, you got cut out a couple times, but Muster with 515, just so much control of Israel up front with his Fate Rewinds, and then plus you have Mengiche, which is with that terrible music. I mean, you just had so much affronting the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when the Hue-1 comes through as well, right? It's just such a great sustainable pick. Muster on the Mayin, absolute monster. I think he was really overshadowed in that whole game because he was able to just do multiple things at once. He kind of set things up to go en route to be like, hey, I'm going down there to the farm lane. I'm going to push those minions, get that macro play. Then I'm going to go and rotate back onto my team, get a kill. And then I'm just going to basically malleable myself around whatever's going on. I'm going to force those minions into the T2. And it just kind of sees like, he sees the bigger picture, right? He's not just a macro player. He just sees everything that needs to be done. And he's managing it very well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he's just literally carrying the team, putting them on his back, just putting the team in a good position to win. I think going back to this one, you know, if Isurus can just take this draft every single game, I think they'll be comfortable. I didn't see any sort of weaknesses. Everybody knew the limits of their heroes, and they knew what they have to have done. Like, the roles were perfect. On the other side, Influence Rage, I can't say the same. I just felt like Sony was too comfortable on this Zhong Yu.
This is what the Influence Rage really hopes for, right? They hope they can just get a dominant early game and then they can just lead on the victory from there. Whereas ISG have proven both in these games, they don't give over the early game. They just struggle with trying to get the control out of the gates from into the mid game. And then, but this time around in game 2, they was able to do it and they got the win. And WinRG, rightfully so, getting MVP. 112k damage, no deaths. 13.9k gold as well. This guy was a slippery fella on Eren.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just on point. That damage is crazy. He was just in the back just burning everyone. And they, Influence Rage need to find a way to get onto Wind RJ. He was just left untouched almost in most of the team fights. Everybody else is just kind of getting in the way. But before we get into game 3, let's take a quick little break.
gonna tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your way.
And we're back, and of course we wanted a game 3 between Influence Rage and Isurus, and we're gonna be here. And of course, you know, both of these teams, we're gonna, you know, hit heavyweights that we're gonna just kind of go at each other throughout. It was gonna be a crazy game, and we're happy to see this game 3. But Blam, your thoughts going into this one?
I mean, hey, it's a flip of the coin now, right? Whoever wins this game 3 means that they are going to go into day 2 as the top of the board, but only by 1 point, which means that if they will obviously come head to head in day 2, right? So it's all about how they decide to Are they going to show all their cards on the table now just to try and get above in day one? Or are they going to reserve some of those sneaky secrets for the back alley deals for the side of ISG or Influence Rage?
If it was me, I would just go all in at this point, right? Get yourself that lead, put pressure on the other teams going into day 2, right? There's nothing better than being upfront and being able to control your destiny. I think that's going to be super important. Both of these teams are going to really want this one.
No, I'm all about that poker face. I think I would go in with a little of a bit of mystery, to be honest, so that they think, hey, they mustn't be able to pull out anything more. They can't be any more crazier than the Dharma and the Marco Polo switcheroo or even the Aaron pick. But they do ban out the Ming on the side of Influence Rage, which could have been the unsung hero, right? Because that meant that Aaron was able to just do so much damage, was able to just amplify, but also do the damage reduction as well. But then also means that damage dealt onto your opponent was going to be more. The Dachau as well, and onto the side of ISG, they ban out the Lung.
Yeah, a lot of respect on that one. I mean, Ming just like stealthily just boosting up everybody. Nobody as an impact in terms of KDA, you don't really see too much, and you don't see him doing whole lot of damage in that sense. But just the amount of support that he was able to provide, quite high. Influence Rage points it out, realizing that, hey, we can't let that happen again. We're gonna ban it here, and they pick up the Dahlia themselves. Another really good roamer here.
Yeah, I'm pretty scared of this pick, right? Because this was the differential piece in game 1, just being able to give over the Celestial Melody to the Kaiser, to the Lung. But fortunately enough, they don't have the Lung this time around, right? But they go for the Lady Gen. They also have the Orgrin on the side of ISG. Is that going to be must to picking up the Orgrin? We shall see.
Yeah, we're going to have to see this one. I mean, for the record, I would have liked, if I was ISG, I would have just picked the same draft. If it ain't broke, why fix it? Everybody was, again, playing that one to the T, but it maybe might just be one of those things where, you know, to your point of just like playing poker, you're just changing things up, just throwing another wrinkle into your strategy.
Oh, Influence Rage going for game 1 draft again. So the Elaine, the Kaiser. But I think the reason why they're not just going to stick with the same draft, I think that's how important... That's how important I think that Ming pick is, right? Like, that is the staple thing that makes that whole thing work.
Okay. No, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the amount of boost that you have, it's like a really good combination. It's starting to play off. It did really, really well in that last one. And also in the last series. So it makes a lot of sense going into this of just changing it up and being a little bit more stock standard. But now you've got the Ogren, Lady Jeanne, and of course the Marco Polo. They tend to like to pick that Marco Polo in the first phase. Your thoughts on that one, Blam?
I mean, yeah, WinRG on the Marco Polo played fantastically. Obviously, it was Must the last time we saw it on the board, but I can imagine that he would be just as good, right? The Dharma does get banned out there, thinking that the Orgrin is going to be that jungle pick. But I think I've got more sense that this is going to be Orgrin in the Clash lane, right? Because we've already seen it already, that Must has picked up the Orgrin once. It's just a little bit of a throw-off here. But the Garo and the Ho Yi is a good pick, right? Because if you get those double Blazing Sun arrows from the Ho Yi, that's just going to set up team fights in a very nice way for Influence Rage, but a terrible setup for ISG. But banning out the Mulan once more, that makes it think that that Orgrin pick is going to be in the jungle. But hey, I think it's going to be in the Clash lane. Let's see if this pick's going to prove me wrong.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Ogren can be flexible in that sense, right? It creates a little bit more chaos on the enemy team in terms of drafting, because it's like, oh, which way are they going to go? But I do want to mention the ISG ban of the Hao Yi. If he hits, I mean, with the Dahlia Celestial Melody, seeing 2 Burning Sun arrows, and that could just be an instant GG in somebody in the other lane, right? It could totally, like, exponentially increase the farm of those other lanes, because you just set up so much damage in the stuns in the other lanes.
Yeah, it means that you gotta keep one eye on your map, one eye on your buttons and your character, right? So it does take a lot of attention when you're playing the Ho Yi. And right now, going into game 3, I don't think Influence Rage could pull that off as per se because there's a lot of pressure going into this last game of the day. But they do pick up the Arlie again, so the Petroni on the Arlie, and then they go for the Princess Frost for some great zoning potential. So we could be seeing 2 seasons of winter rather than 1. The Motsu filling out this support role for the side of ISG. Great shot calling potential. The Cannon Blasts coming through as well. Great setup for either Marco Polo or Orgren to just latch in there. But we've seen it time and time again within these tournaments, right? The Motsu with the Lady Jen just being able to kind of place down those Cannon Blasts, but then also follow up with a really like terrifying destructive deluge.
Yeah, I mean, it just sets it up. It's just a really nice combination there. But again, I'm not a huge fan of Princess Frost. I understand why heroes or why teams will pick it, but it's one of those things where it's either too defensive or, you know, you just get out of the winter is here. You just get out of that blizzard, so to speak, and then you just kind of look to reset more than anything else. But if you have somebody that's like up front, able to like lock people into place and just to have people group up, I get it. It stacks on top, you do so much damage. But in this draft, I'm kind of not really seeing somebody who's like gonna attract all that attention onto you.
Yeah, I mean, towards the end there, it does turn out that the Orgren is going to be in the jungle there for Azrael, and then we're going to get Muster on the Mayin again. So are we going to get a masterclass Muster of game 2, or Influence Rage will be like, hey, we've played against this once, we know how to defeat this, we now have the Dolia, let's go.
Yeah, Monster's so good on the Mayin. I'm just happy to see him there because he's just, the way he just repositions, does his damage. I mean, he was like 5-0-5, 5-1-5, something like that. He's just completely controlling. And he just comes out of left field sometimes with those cartwheels and just, you know, the get serious, like the stuns, just everything that you want from a good Clash laner. Monster is the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably like the most impressive Clash laner when I first got into competitive, when I was watching the Open Series Split 1. It was just, he knew everything. Every other Clash laner just struggled. Other than obviously VKS's Niap, even then it was still a very close match. But overall, he just kind of shined way above the rest. And he's showing it even more within this play-ins, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's just making a name for himself. He's definitely putting, you know, he's helping his team along. And that's really what you want to do. You want that high-impact Clash laner, and he's the guy.
Yeah, it's kind of quite isolationist in the Clash lane, right? So you, most of the players that go into it expect just to be there and just stay there, but then there's like players like Muster that just, they know that they have way more in their caliber and way more responsibility to be had. But some of these Cannon Blasts that are coming through are really saving these engages otherwise here. 3v2 into the T1. A little bit of a strange play here for the side of Influence Rage. Okay, the knockup does come through.
Yeah, it was a nice Ocean of Tears, but no real follow-up, no real chance to actually do any damage against Raikou, who's a bit on the tankier side. And he's just going to make his rotation. I mean, he's going to go in towards the top, maybe look to invade, if anything, but no, it looks like they're just going to look to push the mid here.
Yeah, that time spent roaming around there for Raikou was a little bit of a detriment to himself because he was able to, he lost quite a bit of gold there. I mean, he's probably not nowhere near behind as he should be against Ezreal, but Ezreal has just been focusing, getting that farm up because he knows to beat Raikou, you have to be ahead of him.
Yeah, you for sure. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? And Raikou, you know, he played the Kaiser last game. He's going to play the Kaiser again this one. I feel like, don't get me wrong, his tanking is good. Oh, but First Blood given in the bottom.
He missed First Blood. It does go over to ISG, WindRG. Let's get that replay on the board so we can see how that went down. But you can kind of see that there was a bit of a rotate there for the side of ISG. They're able to line up that kill nicely onto Petroni. So again, oh no, sorry, onto Dolia.
Yeah, and the Vilao. And Vilao, I mean, just got caught out. There was 4 members. They have a lot of damage. Vilao is just very squishy at this point. Obviously, like any roamer caster would at this point. So, I mean, unfortunately, you just tanked it, but you did give up First Blood. And now it's ISG kind of being aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, First Blood, right, it's not only just the honorary title, but it's also the extra bit of gold, and that always is a great thing, especially if it goes over to the right person. If it goes over to your support, it's kind of like, okay, it's kind of showboating, but when it goes over to somebody like WinRG, you are getting that extra gold. You are trying to get ahead of Petroni, which he was able to do in Game 2, and I think that's the kind of the fight that we have here, the kind of mini objective, the unspoken objective, is making sure you're ahead of a Raikou and making sure you're ahead against Petroni, because they've proven to themselves that they know how to just farm very efficiently.
Yeah, but also I want to give credit where credit is due in the sense that like WinRJ is able to get farm as well. Like he's a guy that really has impressed me throughout the series. He's definitely made an impact. I mean, even on the Dharma, on like pick us a hero, he seems to be very well versed in it. He understands how to do it, and his positioning has been pretty good throughout the series.
Oh, okay. Did we see the steal for the Azure Golem? Yes, we did. Raikou putting some respect on his name there. The Path of Passing does come through to try and save Ezreal out of there. Able to pick up that Honeydew as well, looking for a potential re-engage into the mid lane, but nothing to be committed just yet. It means that they did take the Azure Golem, though. However, that is quite a vital thing for a hero like Orgrim.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking it away from him, and Israel's going to be kind of starving in that sense. It's a little bit more difficult for him to farm, and this is what Raikou wants to do. You want to be kind of, you know, invading the enemy jungle, taking away the buffs, super key, and now it looks like they're going to take the Tyrant here.
Yeah, there was no rotation there from Raikou. He knew that it was pretty much already lost at that point. There was too much damage being put onto the Tyrant, and we do see that they are able to secure it for the side of ISG. Musta go 1v1 here against Raikou, able to survive a little bit because of that HP regen for Mayeen as well. But again, we're seeing the classic Raikou. He has now found a way in. He's got his do not pass go point, and he's able to go into the enemy jungle, just picking up the Crimson Golem, the Azure Golem, really just trying to starve Ezreal because he knows that that is one of the golden points.
Yeah, I gotta slow him down just by taking away his buff. Oh, they're gonna go in?
Okay, potentially going in here, but Petronia has to life step back out there. The Path of Passing does come through. A little bit too much rage on the side of Influence Rage for Orgrim to make anything out of that. But now we're seeing Raikou rotate around as well, already having the lead there, trying to cut them off, trying to do a pincer movement, it seems, but it's hard to pincer movement somebody that can go for a wall. What they can do, however, is try and starve that Azure Golem from you, is able to be claimed on the side of ISG. Okay, the stun does come through, Destructive Deluge as well, but the Death on Sunset into the backline, trying to catch out the Lady Gem, but it's not going to be enough. We see that Ezreal is able to get the Conductor of Souls onto Sony. He does fall once more. We see Musta coming in as well, but no commitment any further because they're able to just take those little wins. Maybe we'll see a bit of a catch out here. You can see Musta just waiting like a hunter for prey.
Yeah, it didn't look like Sony had the Celestial Melody from Villau, and he wasn't able to get out of there. He was going aggressive. I would assume, under the assumption that he would have a second Death at Sunset so he can get himself out of there. But unfortunately, not the case. He did get caught out way too far ahead. Probably just ran up way further than Villau was able to catch up with, right? So just not the greatest of positions, and Influence Rage down 0-2 because of that.
I mean, in the heat of the battle, anything could happen, right? It could have been a misclick, it could have been a miscommunication, we don't know. It could have already been passed over to Kaiser for the Invincible Warrior, because we did see him proc it pretty early on within the team fight. Cannon Blast just trying to connect onto Raikou, just making sure they can keep him away from that Crimson Golem. It does go over to ISG, WinRG, so again, more damage going over to WinRG. They are just trying to make this, this Marco Polo snowball.
Yeah, but like any sort of ranked Honor of Kings game, you just blame the roamer, right? He's not in position. He's not in the right spot, right? So it's clearly Vilau's fault, right? I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, all the time, all the time. You got my support there. Why did you back out? But there we go. The Fever Barrage comes through. Someone's not backing out, and it is WinRG picking up another kill onto Sony. Sony not having the best performances after that Sean Yu pick, right? It's all been seen a little bit downhill. The Hegemon Slash not quite coming through for that in the last game. They do steal the Azure Golem, however. That is a crucial crowd control of 3 thanks to the Scepter of Souls. But not even done yet. Kaiser goes down. A double kill going over to Ezreal.
And another one. And another one, just lining them up. There were 4 in a row just running after him. ISG right now in full control. Ezreal starting to feel it. This Ogryn is starting to go online, and they're starting to invade the enemy jungle. They're taking things away, and now it's going to be even further difficult. I mean, this is a 6-0 lead. They have a 3K net worth lead. ISG right now, again, in the driver's seat of the stage.
They are in the driver's seat. It's kind of making that game one a little bit of a distant memory, kind of making it look like it was just maybe pre-show jitters going against Influence Rage, seeing how well they did against Tribe Gaming, and ISG not doing as well against Tribe Gaming because there was a little bit of mistakes, a little bit of tit for tat, whereas against Influence Rage, there was none of that. It was literally pure domination, right? But now ISG are definitely in the driver's seat right now.
Definitely in the driver's seat. I mean, it's crazy because Influence Rage had done such a good job of trying to limit Ezreal as much as possible by stealing the buffs and trying to take away his farm. But Ezreal finding ways to get back in, plus those team fights have been on point. Sunny has been kind of out of position at times, so it seems like some mistakes are kind of punishing Influence Rage.
Okay, so Petroni does get the kill, but you can kind of see what was happening there. So WinRG was out of the whole thing. They are able to not get the Tyrant from them, but WinRG was trying to push that T2 into the Clash Shade. He was able to get it so far, but the Death on Sunset does come through. There is no damage that can reach the Ogryn at that point. So again, Ezreal was able to get out of there. They trade one life for a T2. That is a good trade.
Oh my gosh, Ezreal just somehow surviving. Invincible Warrior.
Oh, yep, the Invincible Warrior does come through, but they do lose the Azure Golem again as well, so that's fatal for the side of ISG. But how fatal is it? We'll only tell what they can do from this team fight. The T1 in the farm lane still looking pretty strong, able to get the T1 in the mid lane, which is a great thing for them in terms of control of the map. But that Clash lane has been dominated.
Dominated for sure. I mean, Muster right now, I mean, he's doing all right. He's definitely, I would say, doing better than Sony at this point. But now with this Tyrant here, this is going to be huge. Ezreal probably, I mean, he has to make sure that he secures this Tyrant here, right?
You got to try, right? It looks like they're trying to reset it, trying to bait the fight. So they was able to get it right to the corner of the map there. But Invincible Warrior coming through. Is it going to be enough? Petroni does go down, so Musta's able to take out a lot of the damage on the side of Influence Rage. There we go. Sony going down once more. And then we're getting a kill onto the Dolia. So long to the Celestial Melody. Means that they're able to try and take this Tyrant, or are they going to go for the Overlord instead? No, it looks like they want to go for the Tyrant to get that extra bit of damage to make those next few team fights, those next few brawls, a little easier for themselves.
Yeah, and ISG right now, their team fight is already on point. They're doing so much damage, and they're just like, Influence Rage can't really fight into them 5-on-5. They're kind of falling behind in that sense as well. I mean, WinRG, 9K. His net worth lead is quite high. He's 3-0-2. He does so much damage at this point. It's kind of like, hey, actually, we probably shouldn't be looking to fight them head-to-head. We need to be looking to kind of take, split push and just try to find farm throughout the map because we are falling behind. The kills are 9-1. It seems like the net worth lead should be much, much higher. But again, Influence Rage, they have ways of getting back in this game.
I feel like that should be a chant for the non-existent crowd on the LAN is WinRG 9K, WinRG 9K, just to get them hyped up, just so we can farm up some more. But right now, like you said, considering the difference between the kills, the gold differential is not that much. And it kind of seems it's like paying dividends to the side of Influence Rage, but also to the point that, hey, kills don't mean that much. It's all about the objectives. It's all about making sure you can just farm up the most productively and resourcefully. But right now, maybe a fight at the Overlord here. Muster going a little bit too lost in the source there. Maybe trying to bait one of them onto it. But hey, Muster going 1v1 onto the Raikou into the front part of the team fight. But there is a Death on Sunset trying to lock down the Marco Polo. The second Death on Sunset does come through, takes down WinRG. This could be very interesting for the side of Influence Rage. They've taken out a lot of damage and the Marco Polo.
You see, I called out Bilal with the Celestial Melody onto Sony, and then he made sure that he got it in that team fight, and Sony did a great double Death at Sunset, ensuring that they killed WinRG. Oh, Capox.
Okay, Capox does go down. They bait him into the Ogryn, however. Dolia looking pretty low. Muster trying to just keep them away from Wasta, was just trying to 1v1 the Dolia. So down goes the Celestial Melody, so no more double deaths on Sunset, just for about 30 seconds. Again, could be crucial now that WinRG is now back up. They don't have the support, they don't have as much healing.
Yeah, and when Sony did the double Death at Sunset, Capox actually missed the think inside the box. He canceled it right away out of shame. But it was one of those things where if he caught Sunny out, that could have completely changed everything. WinRJ, of course, being the highest net worth, he would have blown up Sony and he would have had a tough time. So it's the small things. You got to make sure that you hit your stuns when you need to. And unfortunately, Capox wasn't able to do that, and WinRJ died because of that.
Yeah, I think this Overlord was a bit overdue, right? It's been there for quite some time, having a nice little chill. It got a little bit too comfy with itself. They're able to have that Shadow Vanguard on the Gorge when they need to, on command. But I feel like they're going to take a few team fights right now. Maybe try and pop it down into the farm lane just so they can keep hold of that T2. We are yet to see here. It seems a little bit of a, we don't know what to do there. Cannon Blast coming through very nicely. The minions are going to go wipe out in the farm lane, so stops that T2 from falling, which is great for ISG, but not so good for Influence Rage.
Yeah, not so good right now, and they're on the defensive. They're on the back foot, just dealing with the minions, trying to stay alive, but with the Shadow Vanguard pushing the bottom, and the Vanguards, the baby Vanguards pushing as well, it really, Influence Rage really can't leave the base. This is a time where, again, ISG are able to take over the farm from the jungles, and it looks like the Tyrant is up in 2 seconds, so that's another big objective they can take.
Yes, almost up. But the thing is, the Vanguards are at the higher ground turrets, which is where they got to be careful on the side of Influence Rage. Patroni trying to bait a few of those damages onto the Orgrim, but hey, he can just get that HP regen, so a little bit of a non-starter there. The Winter is coming, does come through for the side of Influence Rage. Some more poke coming from Patroni. We are seeing that Influence Rage is able to actually take down that Vanguard pretty well. They've managed this defense very nicely. They've just clubbed together, not really clubbed together as a team, but kind of just made sure they're a well-oiled machine. Very, very good defense machine here.
Yeah, and the positioning from Influence Rage was very good. They were in front of the tower so that the Vanguards would just focus on them and not the tower. They wouldn't take unnecessary damage to the structures. And so they tried to just defend that as quickly as possible, obviously burning down the Vanguard. Super important for them. Influence Rage did the best of a bad situation. They did hold, but ISG right now picking up that Tyrant, again, just a little bit more net worth going their way.
Yeah, some really nice cannon blasts coming through from Capo for this game 3, right? Like, he's been pretty much locking down Raikou and making sure that he's not kind of getting the engages he needs or trying to get that win that he needs in his sales. But right now, we're seeing that Influence Rage are doing a really good job at defending these higher ground turrets. We saw a little bit of a neglect for the Clash lane. They were able to negate that, and now they have a minion wave up into the far hand of the Clash lane, but it doesn't look like it's going to actually fruition to anything when you are locked into your base.
Oh, Patroni trying to go in. And he tried to go in for WinRJ, but WinRJ actually just outpaced him in terms of mobility. Oh, super careful.
Oh, Sony was very low. He almost got caught out there. He's playing a little bit too aggressive, but you can kind of see what he's trying to achieve, right? Trying to go for that back lane, so he's able to kind of just wipe down the health so they don't feel as confident going into these fights under the high ground turret.
Yeah, and WinRJ, he's the golden boy, right? He's the #1 target that Influence Rage need to be going at. But going in,
okay, think inside the box meets the Invincible Warrior. So does a Death on Sunset as well. We have Orgrit lost into the thick of it, doing quite a lot of damage. We already haven't seen the Spectre of Souls just drop just yet. We do see the Cannon Blast linking onto the Prince of Frost as well. That high ground turret is definitely taking a little bit more of a beating than I think Influence Rage would like right now, because all it takes is just another one of those little tit for tats. Go over to the side of ISG, and they could be opening up that high ground turret, which means it's going to be harder for the comeback in that mid lane. But right now, the Overlord is up for takings.
yeah, I mean, they know, Influence Rage definitely know that the Overlord is going to be taken here. I think they're happy to just take their own jungle back, at least for now. Just push things out. The waves are not an issue, but it's a situation where, you know, again, ISG pushing them out. That net worth lead is slowly growing, but it's still not, you know, I mean, Influence Rage could still come back though, so there, you know, there is that potential.
Oh, yes, we are in a very aggressive WinRG because he has that Sage's Sanctuary as well now, so second win for himself. You may as well play to your strengths. Knowing you have that equipment, you may as well do it. The extra health does come through onto the lane there as well. I believe it was the Twilight Armor. But now we do have a second wave of the Shadow Vanguard. Influence Rage can be able to do everything in their power to keep these higher ground turrets alive. Only time will tell, Hauler.
Yeah, only time will tell, but that Shadow Vanguard makes his way into the bottom lane. ISG right now looking to push the top and the mid to put pressure there. The Shadow Vanguard will eventually join, and maybe they can make a concentrated attack, just picking it off. But right now, Death and Sunset.
Yeah, Death and Sunset straight back onto a Unfevered Barrage as well. A lot of damage coming onto the lane. Another Death on Sunset just to get out of there as well. So again, another blessing for the Celestial Melody, because that would not take place if there was no Dolia. But again, Muster getting straight into the thick of it. He does fall. The Conductor of Souls does drop, but Raikou is just taking so much damage, even sitting on top of a Destructive Deluge.
Yeah, there was the Winner is Here that was doing a lot of damage, and Israel actually had to back off on that one. But that was a nice little pick off. They found Muster, which is a huge win for them. This gives them a little bit of breathing room. The Vanguard on the top is going to be taken care of right now. ISG have backed up. They realize that, hey, we actually can't fight with Muster. We need to take things a little bit slow. That's going to buy things time. But the Tempest Dragon looking to be up in about 1 minute. That's going to be a huge one.
Absolutely huge, but right now I have to give props over to Influence Rage, right? Being able to keep that base alive. Look at how low their high ground turrets are right now. The Splendor just being built by Princess Frost, so we can see some bait mechanics come through. There may be a contest here for the Shadow Tyrant, but no, Raikou right into the front lines with the Invincible Warrior as well. Also, Petroni doing a lot of damage, able to use the step out to get back into safety. The Tyrant won't be taken as they are now off the cooler. So next thing that will arise is that Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, but look at ISG right now, making a beeline for the mid lane, pushing that out, and Influence Rage have to just recover. They've lost the mid T3. You were talking about how low they were, all of them, right? And now it's the first to fall. The other two, again, you just blow at them and they will fall over. So this is a situation where ISG realized that, hey, if Influence Rage were to go for the Tempest Dragon, we could actually just end the game. So right now, lane management, super important.
Yeah, super important. It's been many times that we've been watching competitive matches where the Tempest Dragon's not only been used as bait, so that teams can actually just backdoor the other team, the one that's pretty much playing on the back foot, which right now, within this case, is Influence Rage. But right now, there's a little bit of a split. You can kind of see a lane sitting towards the backside of the whole team fight, waiting for his right moment to strike. Same as Princess Frost trying to lay there in those frigid prisons, just trying to catch out the Marco Polo. He has the Sage's Sanctuary. They can't kind of try and force that out just yet. We do see the lane go straight into the back line there, just trying to do a lot of damage. We do see the second Celestial Melody come through as well. There is the second Death on Sunset, renewing a second Sunset for the side of Influence Rage. Ezreal looked pretty low thanks to that nuclear winter from Princess Frost, but it is Muster getting the kill onto Petroni. That is a lot of damage already taken onto the side of Influence Rage, and it's kind of forcing Sony back to their base, forcing Cozy back to the base, because this is their last bastion of keeping this game 3 alive. But it looks like it's going to be ISG that take this victory right now, Hauler.
Yeah, Raikou was going in. Petroni, once he got picked off, Sony and Cozy were out of there, and Raikou and Villau were still kind of in harm's way. They fell down because of that. And the rest of the team were not on the same page or doing the same thing, but it's one last hurrah, one last Death at Sunset.
That's it. This may be the ultimate Death on Sunset, and it is a death for Elaine as the Fever Barrage comes through. The Winter is coming. He's trying to just stop those minions, but they are going to take the minions down. Okay, they have to wait for the extra wave of minions to come round for the side of ISG. Frozen at the gates. They just need to get this Siege minions through. They take game 3 from Influence Rage.
Isurus there striking back, just showing that resolve, getting themselves in. They are pumped and they love it. I mean, that was a great game, and that's going to be a huge one. We talked about the fact that going into being the leader at the end of day 1 provides so much pressure on the other teams. The fact that you beat Influence Rage now have to go back to the drawing board. They need to have a great day 2. They need to bounce back. They need to figure this one out, because Isurus from game 2 and 3, they really bounce back.
Absolutely. I mean, not even just that, right? Not even just the bounce back from game 1. This is a bounce back all the way from the Chalk BR from Season 2, where they didn't actually take a single win in Season 2. They lost the last time going against Influence Rage. They lost 2-0 in Chalk BR. This is a statement for ISG, and this is a win for the LATAM region, right? This is a win for their fallen brothers at STMN as well. A lot more riding on this for ISG that influenced Rage taking that game 3, but just look at all those shining performances.
Yeah, I mean, the big one, Ezreal on this Ogryn, 707. You must ban this out against ISG. You do not want to have to do this again. And Windar J, again, just stepping up. I mean, it's 18,000 net worth. Are you kidding me? 5-1 and 5. I want to talk about his guy's damage because he was on point. The fact that he only died once has got to be crazy, right? $157,000 damage, but Menguchi, now 192, even more damage on the Lady Jean.
Hey, if you need an investor, I think you should just call WinRG, right? I mean, like you said there, Holler, the fact that he can amass that much resources in such a short time means that he has definitely a multiple skill set rather than just being quite great in that farm lane. But hey, what a fantastic game to roll out the day 1, right? That was just a huge comeback for ISG. What looked like a very shaky first game. Yes, it was very even. They were able to turn around game 2, able to turn around game 3. And here's some of the highlights on how this game 3 took place.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're gonna watch the replay here, it looked like ISG were in like full control, right? They were just kind of dominating. I mean, Influence Rage did a great job of just kind of limiting the jungle, but Ezreal, it doesn't really matter. He's gonna find his farm. He's gonna be able to do this. And their team fight from ISG was just far superior. They were able to get the kills, and even when it got towards the end and it was kind of dicey at the Tempest Dragon, actually Influence Rage would have had a rough time trying to end the game because the mid T1 was still standing from ISG even at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid, strong point going into that late game, right? Is knowing that your T1 still standing in that mid lane. That's a statement. That's a statement piece if I've ever heard one in Honor of Kings. That, hey, you can try and take us in a team fight, but you've got to get through 3 waves of slow minions to get to our crystal. But what a fantastic best of 3, right? Honestly, so much entertainment, so much clutch plays, but muster on this Mayeen, Windar G on the Aaron, on the Marco Polo as well has just been huge. Like, I don't know who to give the MVP over to, but the producers do, and it goes over to Megenchi, only taking 0 kills, but 2 deaths, 12 assists, but almost 200k damage. What the heck is this guy eating or drinking?
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Just getting to this level, right? The fact that it's 20 minutes, and plus, I mean, he's got the stylish mustache, right? So of course he's going to be a little bit favored in terms of being the MVP, but no, he's well deserved. The damage was on point. He was just forcing it out, and of course, here are the standings after day 1. It's going to be ISG in first place, Influence Rage in second, and of course, Tribal Gaming is going to be in third.
Yeah, so you can already see that this is a huge thing for ISG, right? Again, like I said, Season 2 wasn't the greatest performance. Chuck BR, they lost the Influence Rage, and now they are here going into play-ins day 2, where their first game is against Tribe Gaming. And then that's the standings for today. I got a little bit more doolally there. I was like, hang on, we're going to see this again, a little bit ahead of myself.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be the schedule for tomorrow. Tribe Gaming going up against Influence Rage to kind of start. And of course, ISG, Isurus Gaming going up against Influence Rage. In that second one, Isurus Gaming going up against Tribe Gaming. There's going to be a lot, but I think that second one, let's kickstart that one a little bit, because I think that one's going to go, of course, the distance with a best of 3. I think that Influence Rage are going to want to fight back on that one.
I mean, yeah, it's the rematch of day 1, right? So in the middle of it all, the day 1 rematch is going to take place, but then they still get to go on and then win another game. So there is a lot to be played. There may even be some rematches, but that is all for day 1, guys. We hope you've been entertained. If you've not, you want to check your pulse and maybe do a little bit of soul searching, but that has been a fantastic way to end day 1. We won't be too long getting into day 2, but we'll see you soon, guys. Hope to see you tomorrow. Have a fantastic night.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways. Tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your